Flicking through stories you wouldn't believe. Cold case trails and courtroom scenes. Whispers from the grave and media dreams. Truth is stranger, hearts beat faster. In the shadows of a news disaster. Scrolling deep where secrets hide. You found the stories time won't deny. Headstones and headlines, the tales collide. Justice and mystery, side by side. From backwoods clubs to breaking news lines, you shine a light where the silence lies. Oh, headstones and headlines, you dig where the truth won't die. Small town rumors and urban fear, a voice for the lost who can't speak here. Through every name, through every case, you hold the truth in a steady place. Cameras roll but justice lingers. Truth unravels through careful fingers. You tell the story and speak their names in a world that's quick to look away. Headstones and headlines, the tales collide. Justice and mystery, side by side. From backwoods crimes to great night trials, you trace the echoes through every mile. Oh, headstones and headlines, you dig where the truth won't die. Some run from the dark, you walk right in with a question and a camera lens. It's not just a crime, it's the lives they led. The voice is still talking from the books unread. Headstones and headlines, the veil is thin. Truth gets louder when you begin. With every view, with every line, you bring the forgotten back to life. Oh, headstones and headlines, you dig where the truth won't die. Yeah, headstones and headlines, you tell the stories that time can't hide.
Hey everyone, happy Wednesday. I hope everyone is having a good day. I actually had a great day because I was getting ready this morning and I always ask Alexa for the weather. And she responded that it was snowy outside. And I was like, I wonder if we might have a delay. So I went and looked out the window and you couldn't see the blacktop because it was so snowy. And so I was like, let me check the news. Well, we had a delay. So it was a really good day. It went by really quick. And because we are on block schedule, I only had one class today instead of two. So that worked out really well. It worked out really well. So we are here to continue this trial. And I did take a peek earlier, and it looked like they were showing the interview with Colin Gray with law enforcement. So I'm not sure what else they are going to show, but yesterday was, in my opinion, one of the most interesting days of trial and also the most surprising because there was a lot of things going on that I hadn't expected. It was definitely not expected. Also, one thing that I want to mention, I had said the past few days that YouTube keeps telling me that my comments are spam. And so I've tried on my phone, in studio, on StreamYard. Sometimes it doesn't go through at all. I have to change the wording completely. I was just over in Burden of Proofs live, and I had to say hi 3 times in a different way because YouTube was holding my comment or not even showing my comment to Burden of Proof. So I don't know what YouTube is doing lately, but it's apparently happening everywhere where people's comments are just not going through. So if you comment and you see that I'm not responding or acknowledging your comment, please type it again using different words. I don't know why YouTube is so touchy, but it seems like I don't know if they're doing an update or what they're doing, but it's very frustrating. So thanks for being here again. I do see a couple of us in the bushes. We're gonna get started because they were still going when I checked just before the live. So this is gonna be probably another long live stream. So get comfy, get a drink. Feel free to do what you need to do during the time. I know I'm going to be getting groceries soon delivered, and it's Wednesday, so I normally order out on Wednesdays, but I don't know what I want. So I will be multitasking as well. So let me get this up. There we go. And I did have to use Court TV today because I went to Law and Crime and they were already like into testimony with an audio recording. And I was like, well, what happened before this? No idea. So we're using Crime TV today. All right, here we go.
All right. Mr. Hobbs and Ms. Brooks, is it?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. What the sense of that?
Yes. We were told by our bosses that we were arguing this.
Right. Go ahead. It's actually going to be Mr. Barry, Judge.
Okay.
And real quick, Nanny, I did say hi to you twice. YouTube held my comment, hey Nanny, smiley face. Well, StreamYard held my comment saying YouTube rejected it. And then I tried to send you a message in YouTube Studio. Hey Nanny, nothing. And then I just tried to say hi Nanny on my phone, and that's also not going through. So for those of you who may be here that I'm not responding or saying hi, my comments aren't going through on 3 different ways. I don't know what's happening. So we'll just go with it.
We looked through it a lot last night. There are a number of things that we have concerns about, and these ones.
That's not.
I don't know where that packet is, but we're going to put in.
We have it on up here.
Okay, close this break. And I don't know whether the best way to do this, Judge, these are numbered pages, so I'll just go by the numbered page. On page 1 is Wells Fargo bank records. I don't know what they're, other than what was purchased at Mike's gun room. I don't know what the property value would be for bank records. I don't know what they plan to show by that.
Is it one page or are there several pages?
I'll-
I haven't seen any of
Right,
this.
so that first page is just us explaining what records are in Investigator Gilliland's presentation, like what we're gonna be talking about. So one of the things we're gonna be talking about is the Wells Fargo records. So during the course of the defendant's interview with Investigator Smith, he talked a lot about how he didn't have enough money to buy a gun safe. He just needed $78 more. he indicates in multiple text messages about needing money for doctors for Colt. So his bank records are important to show, one, he, in the month of August, made $9,000. So needing $78 more for a gun safe is inaccurate if you make $9,000 that month. Additionally, he buys accessories for Colt's gun. He buys ammunition for Colt. He buys.
I am going to try to refresh my stream because I'm trying to talk and none of my comments are going through with StreamYard or any other device for that matter. So I'm going to just refresh really quick and come back and hope that that maybe helps things. If not, I guess I'm going to have to pause every so often just to get my thoughts out. So I will be right back. All right, so hopefully this will work. All right.
Numerous items from Elite Pawn, the records for the actual gun purchase from Mike's gun room are on there. So we're gonna go through relevant purchases in the records, not the entirety of the records. And we've outlined which purchases we're going through in there, and I think they line up with what I just said, essentially.
And are the Wells Fargo records, what's the time frame of the records you're going through?
I believe they start November of 2023 when he purchased the firearm for Colt, and they go through September 4th.
And certainly I understand if there's a specific thing on the records, like a purchase of a gun, purchase of a laser, and that's one thing. Just put in the whole bank record.
As I understand what the state's saying is they believe it's relevant to show that he, in his interview that we haven't heard yet, said he didn't have money to buy a gun safe for counseling. Is that
Correct. What the counseling was in a text message, he had like co-pays for doctors, visits for Colt. The $78 was in his interview.
so? Are we gonna go? I mean, state. Are you gonna go by line for 10 months of
No,
transactions?
no, it'll line up with essentially what I just indicated. It'll be the gun purchase on November 17th, 2023, and then going into the next, I think there was some gun-related purchases in December. Going into the next year, there are more gun-related purchases. And then Investigator Gilliland will talk about the lack of other purchases. I think she'll testify to the fact that there were no transactions for co-pays for Colt, like he indicated in one of the text messages. And then the last month of August, we will talk about, not line by line, but we'll talk about the amount of money that he brought in that month, given that he claims that that is the month that he needed $78 more. So the fact that he made $9,000 in 1 month would indicate that he did have $78.
All right. Given those issues, I do find that they're relevant for those limited purposes. So if we call this motion in limited, I would deny the motion. To exclude these Wells Fargo records as has been outlined. What's next?
On page 3, Judge, and on many of these exhibits,
And let me give you this back, just so you can keep these in order. I don't know if you've got a separate set that you're working from, or if this is yes, sir. Oh, you gonna keep that then? Do you think I need this for the future?
on page 3, and all through these, I noticed yesterday, there are, the exhibit is spoken to by the state. It's not just the exhibit, but they put on there, like on page 3, purchase of laser sight from Amazon. They can testify about what it is, but to put it on the exhibit is a little unusual. And I would presume that the photo is Colin Gray, but I'm not positive. I can't really tell.
All right, so, yeah, this is hard, right? I don't have a separate set to review. So your objection is to what's in the box, purchase of a laser sight for Amazon.
Correct.
I don't have a problem with the fact that it's purchased, and I don't know whether that is Colt's photograph or not. I don't know whether that's taken off his phone. It's not Colt. I don't
And I'm gonna pull up, I can pull up the PowerPoint.
and I don't know whether it was taken that day or another day.
So that is why Investigator Gilliland is gonna testify to add context to these things. But specifically, and I will be candid with the court, it is very hard to find case law that says it is okay to put words on a presentation. I don't have a case that says that. But routinely in presenting summaries, as the one that Investigator Gilliland has done, we put titles so that the jury can easily understand what is in the page. It is demonstrative as long as the state can show the accuracy of the summary and the wording, then it is admissible. I don't think there is any law that says we can't put words. I did find a case about anatomical drawings, and someone writing words on the anatomical drawings did not make it admissible. It actually was still able to go back with the jury. So I disagree that we can't put words. I do believe we can put words. The words are simply a summary of what is in the slide. It is a title to that slide. It's not prejudicial. It is accurate. Investigator Dolan will testify that is a picture that Colt took of himself with the laser and with the rifle that he sent to the defendant, which again is relevant because our whole, one of the things the state has to prove is that the defendant gave Colt access to the firearm. A picture of him with the firearm that he then sent to the defendant is clearly evidence that he had access to that firearm.
All right. Let me ask this, Mr. Gray. So where the witness gets on the stand and says, this exhibit shows the purchase of the laser sight from Amazon, where she says those words, is there additional prejudice in the word, the exhibit kind of being labeled with that purchase?
Well, the ones that I had the most problems with were labeled as defendant, because actually labeling somebody that had been charged. So that's the wording that I.
But on this one, is there
That one that I just don't like wording on it because it directs the jury to something. The photograph, I don't know whether it was taken before the Amazon purchase or after. I guess we can cross the ground about that. Just wanted to be sure that that's.
Yeah, and you know, so where the states, let's just for example say they're tendering an exhibit with 100 pages of different things. Would it be improper for there to be tabs like bank records, photographs? To me, it's at least this one is somewhat in line with like a tab. So as to that one, then you can cross on the obviously, you know, on the picture and its relation to the purchase. But so as to this particular, you know, purchase of laser sight from Amazon, assuming she testifies to that effect, I'll deny the question. And then of course all the issues you raised here preserved here. All right, what's next?
We'll take those out. Keep them.
This is that front one you gave me, so I'll keep holding on that one.
And Jeff, we're bringing up a second copy of the PowerPoint.
Page 4 is email from the sister to the defendant. I do have a problem with the use of defendant about school enrollment. That's really more than what would be on a tab.
4 is,
Do you want me to display it for you?
yes, ma'am. I'll have the letter on the screen, so I'll keep walking. All right, so here, you're in, this is a question. Your objection is the use of word defendant sister emails defendant as opposed to whatever her name is, emails Colin Gray.
Correct.
All right, and I am going to skip over this. I was just checking to see how long they discussed this. They discussed this for quite a while, like another 20 minutes, and then they take a break. So I am going to just skip over that part, and that way we're not just listening to them talk to the judge about what they want to admit. We'll just see what they admit right away. And my chat is still not working. I'm trying to send things. It's not doing anything. So it's really frustrating, very frustrating.
And they can visit there during the lunch hour? Okay. All right, recommend.
You at the Treehouse and
Yes, sir.
invited Mr. Colin Gray to your office for an interview?
That's correct.
Okay. How did this interview begin? What kind of questions were you talking about at the beginning?
At the beginning, they do like a rapport building phase. They just kind of walk through. Are you talking about the forensic interview?
No, we're moved on. We're at your office and you're interviewing Colin
Okay.
Gray. How did you start your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir. We kind of do a rapport building phase, like I mentioned before, just kind of discussing some background information. In this case, Mr. Gray talked about his family.
Did you talk about kind of the history of the family and the moving around and that sort of stuff?
He did. He mentioned that they had moved around a lot from beginning in Statham to Fitzgerald. They moved to Jackson County and then ultimately came back to Barrow County.
Okay. Did he talk about his and Colt's relationship with guns?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about that?
He mentioned that that was a way for him and Colt to bond, that he did not like Colt playing video games and being alone so much. So that was something that he did with his father, so he wanted to do with Colt.
Okay. And you talk about kind of the history of the specific guns with him
He did.
and Colt. Tell me about that.
So he mentioned that he first purchased Colt a Bushmaster rifle. I think that they had gone hunting, if I'm recalling this correctly, in his 7th grade year to around 2022 was his first hunt. And then he talked about that rifle specifically jamming on Colt, and it kind of scared him. So ultimately, Colin returns that firearm to Mike's gun room and then purchases another firearm, which is the firearm that was used in the shooting.
Did he say what time period he purchased that second firearm?
The second firearm was purchased for a Christmas present, Christmas of 2023.
Okay. Did he say after Christmas where the gun was kept?
He did. He said that the gun was kept in his closet. And when I say his closet, I mean Colin Gray's closet. And that was in a bedroom that he shared with his juvenile son, Coley. And he mentioned that the guns were kept in the closet on the top shelf. The ammunition was also kept in there as well.
And did he keep that narrative throughout?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Did he change where the gun, Colt's gun specifically, was kept?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned on 2 separate occasions that Colt had actually gone into his bedroom and that Colt had retrieved the firearm from Colin's bedroom and taken it into his room to clean or mess with, take it apart or put some new attachment on it. He said this occurred on at least 2 separate occasions.
Okay.
And then ultimately towards the end of the interview, Colin admitted that Colt was allowed sometimes to keep the rifle in his room leaned up in the corner.
Did he talk throughout this interview about Colt's tendency towards physical violence?
He did.
Tell us what he said about that.
He mentioned that specifically over the past couple of months, that Colt's whole demeanor had changed, his whole attitude had changed, that he had become more aggressive, that they had gotten into multiple physical altercations, that Colt on one occasion had bull rushed him, that Colt had struck him with his fists in Colin's face. He said that he talked about them wrestling to the ground, talked about a screwdriver being thrown against him. He also
The screwdriver incident, who's throwing to who?
I apologize. That would be Colt Gray throwing the screwdriver at Colin Gray.
Okay.
And then he also mentioned that Colt had done some property damage to the house. That he had punched holes in either the walls or doors in the house.
Did he talk about his daughter Jenny and his son Colt's interactions?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned that there was at least one I'm recalling right now is they had gotten into an argument and Jenny had run from him.
And who's him?
Had run from Colt. I apologize.
Okay.
She was kind of scared. I guess there was an altercation going on between Colt and Colin or Colt and Jenny. and Jenny ultimately ran away and kind of barricaded herself in her bedroom.
And did he talk about Colt's emotional and mental health problems?
He did.
What did he say about that?
He mentioned that Colt suffered from anxiety and depression, and then he mentioned this aggression that he had.
Okay. Did he talk about Colt, what kind of treatment he thought Colt needed for this?
He mentioned that he had applied for mental health treatment for Colt through the school.
Did he talk about Colt needing anything more aggressive than just counseling?
He did talk about that, but that was a conversation that he had specifically had with his wife, Marcy.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Colin told me that Marcy had mentioned that she thought that Colt needed inpatient in-house therapy.
Okay. And did he agree with Marcy on that?
He did not.
Okay. And those pictures you took of Colt's arm, did you
Yes,
show
sir.
those to him?
I did. About 2 hours into the interview, Colin did not mention anything about Colt self-harming. He did mention that Colt had depression, but didn't mention anything about Colt self-harming. So I showed Colin a picture of Colt's arm, and he did say that he knew about that and that Colt had self-harmed while depressed in Fitzgerald, Georgia. And then after Colt cut himself, he had taken the knife from Colt.
Did he talk about an incident where Marcy and Colt got into a physical altercation over the gun?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I believe it was approximately 2 to 3 weeks prior to, if I'm recalling that correctly. There was a incident where Marcy had confronted Colt in part about the firearms and mentioned getting the firearms out of the home. And during that incident, Colt had pushed Marcy to the ground.
Okay. And did he know about this?
He did.
Okay. Did he say anything about after that incident, whether Marcy asked him to do anything with the guns?
He did. He said that Marcy asked him to put the guns up.
Okay. And did he ever do that?
He says that he put them in his closet.
Okay. And did he ever talk about any sort of locks or anything on his closet?
No, sir. He said there were no locks.
And did you discuss the pictures of the school shooter on Colt's wall?
We did.
Were you aware of those at the time that you were interviewing him? That
Yes,
you
sir.
discovered. Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that he did not know who that was.
Okay. Did he say anything about asking Colt who it was?
I recall Colin telling me that he believed that that was a guy from Green Day.
Okay.
But he did not say that Colt told him anything about a school shooter.
Did he deny that Colt told him that was a school shooter?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, had you talked to Kelsey Ward about her interview with the defendant the previous day?
Yes, sir, I had.
Okay. And is what he telling you different from what he told her?
Yes, sir.
About that? What specifically was different?
Specifically on where Colin initially said that the firearm was located. Colin, according to my conversation with Special Agent Ward, initially told her that it was allowed to be kept in his bedroom. Here, there was a very, very different kind of 3 separate places that it was kept. That was different, as well as him having knowledge about who was in the kind of pictures that were up on Colt's wall. Especially Ward told me that Colin told her that 3 days before the shooting that he was told who that was.
And he denied that to you?
He did.
Okay. Did he admit that him and Colt, or that Colt talked about school shooters to him?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that Colt had a very analytical mind, that he noticed very small details. He talked about him looking into researching school shooters or different trials that were going on.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, had you seen anything on Colt's phone?
No, sir.
Okay. What happened at the end of the interview?
At the end of the interview, I did confront Colin about the inconsistencies in his statement, and ultimately I placed Colin under arrest.
Okay. Have you had a chance to watch the video of your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it accurately reflect the interview and the totality that you had with him?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, this time I tender state exhibit number 185. It actually, I think because of email purposes, it came to us in 3 separate parts. So it's going to be 185.1, 185.2, and 185.3, but it is one video.
No objection.
185.
And Your Honor, just for the court and the records, it starts with them going in the room, a quick introduction, and then Mr. Smith, Investigator Smith, leaves the room. So we're going to cut through that. That is going to be, leaves the room at 0040, comes back 10 minutes later at 11:00. So we'll cut through when he's not in the room because nothing's happening.
I assume no objection.
No objection.
That's what we've been.
Yes, sir.
And that's in State's Exhibit 185.1. And then, Your Honor, in 185.3, towards the end of the interview, Investigator Smith steps out again at 39:30 and is gone for about 5 minutes to 45:30, so 6 minutes. So we'll cut that part out because it's just Mr. Gray sitting in the room by himself. And then it ends at 53:35 when they walk out. So that's just for the record.
And in total, you said you have to do 2.5 hours?
Yes, Your Honor. The first one's going to be, when you take the stuff out, it's 41 minutes. Part 2 is 67 minutes, and Part 3 is 47 minutes.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna let you sit next door for a second. I'm gonna grab my notes, I'll be right back with you, okay? You need anything? No, so I'm good to go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna lock the door. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. I apologize for that. I have not gone to the bathroom, all day. It's all good. So I promise I'll wash my hands. It's all good. I'll introduce myself again. My name is Investigator Daniel Smith. I'm with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. And you're Mr. Colin Gray, correct? Okay. Sorry, we're meeting like this. No, yeah. Unfortunately, that happens. And I'm gonna apologize beforehand because I'm gonna get 1,000 text messages and emails, and I'm trying to keep them, turn all them off right now. So I've heard a little bit, I understand that you talked with law enforcement, heard a little bit about, kind of your statements to them. I'm just gonna go ahead and explain my involvement. Yesterday, we were here at the office, we got a call. Go out to the high school, and while at the high school, after everything was secure, and you know, the medics assisted with life-saving measures and everything like that. I conducted an interview with your son. Okay, he did, you know, we respected his rights, he was read Miranda, you know, he was very respectful, yes, sir, no, sir, and he basically explained to us what he did. I mean, he explained to us exactly what we observed on cameras. Okay, well, let me have it. Did you say, what happened? Okay, so I'll get into that and answer many of your questions if possible. But in order for me to kind of help better articulate that to you, it's kind of like when we work a case like this, kind of like putting together a puzzle. And right now, I don't have a very good view of what's going on. So I understand he's been solely living with you for the past couple of years, give or take. And while we're talking, is it okay if I take some notes? Yeah, I'm doing that. Okay, good. Because my memory, well, it's okay some days. Colin, you spell your name C-O-L-I-N? Okay. You have a middle name? No middle name. Colin didn't have a middle name either. Yeah. Colin Jr., my little one is 8. You don't have a middle name either. It goes back to my dad's side of the family. Just no middle name. All the boards, all the way back to the Mayflower. CG. Wow. I was married when I was young, like. I was wondering why everybody had that CG, like. Yeah, so I was married for your, about to be 20 or whatever, you know, everything, and moved out, got married, had 2 older daughters, Brittany and Brooke, and. You said Brittany and Brooke? Brittany and Brooke, okay. Yeah, and, where they live? They live over in Woodstock with their mom. Okay. How old are they? They're 26 and 25. Okay. So, yeah. Who's 26? The older one is Brittany. Brooke is the younger one. Well, why don't they have, CG and their names, just boys that? That was just girls, yeah. So I told my dad, I said, it ended with me, Pops. I'm like, I'm really sorry, I have a lot of history. He laughed, and I'm like, I said, something funny. He was like, you'll be married again, boy. I'm like, you won't make me lost your mind. I said, I'm support. I'm like, do you want to go through this? You got married again? Yeah. Yeah, you can go. Never say that. Man, that's exactly what he said. I'm like, I'm telling you, I can tell you where I was standing when I was wearing it. Right. Yeah. And you were right. So got married. Oh, people usually are. Yeah. When I get to that side, I'm sure he's got a lot to say to me. We found out she was having a baby. I'm like, Where's that baby?
I'll see the ex-wife.
Oh, is it getting really old? Oh, okay.
Okay, oh my God, I said the first word, first one, just jumped right there. And the second was like, God, that was a boy. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no pressure. I said, I just heard it's a boy. She's like, no, tell me. So I gave her back. She's like, oh. I didn't find out until later. She was like, I felt so much pressure to make a boy.
Yeah.
But, they're all born in second marriage and that.
I ain't gonna hurt, that's on you, man, boys and
I
girls.
know, I just remember when I went in there, I'm like, where'd my wife go?
Yeah.
She asked me to get water, and so I got the different bag. She went in there, told God, turn on, need to know, how to prepare myself, and it was Lord.
Was it?
And after it's all said and done, right, I walk in, I'm like, well, thanks for waiting, and you've got these little egg over belly, like,
Yeah.
are you ready? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay. You know what that is? I'm like, out the door down the hallway in the park, I call my dad, because you can see dementia, colon cancer, wasn't taking over yet, but you can see right on the wall. So I was like, hang on, I'm trying to give him a carrot. Like, we'll push through this together because you're my grandson. Wow, he was just so happy. You know, whole.
So you were only his only grandson?
Yeah.
Yeah, very day was on with you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, let's get back to, what's more older, Brittany or Brooke?
Brittany.
Brittany's older. Brittany, she Gray?
She is a great.
She is Gray. She already.
She may or be divorced now, back to Gray, I'm not sure where all that stands yet.
Okay, so what's your date of birth?
8/10/70.
8/10/70. And you have a telephone number?
I do, y'all got my work number, this is recently.
I got your work number.
Y'all got my work phone.
Oh, they're doing it, see, again, that's why we're calling you. I'm trying to put these together.
I'm no GBI, but there's just what we're doing right here, we'll do the whole thing.
Yeah.
I know, this is my work phone and my work laptop.
Well, I'm sure, yeah.
And thank you for those of you coming in. I am trying to comment. I said hi, literally HI, and YouTube is saying that it's spam. I tried to come in through StreamYard on my phone to see if that would work. Nope, sure doesn't. So I'm going to try to figure something out, but I did see Doodles come in. I said, StreamYard sucks, YouTube sucks. Hi, Doodles. Doodles, hi. Hi. All rejected. All rejected. And I was trying to say that this interview should be interesting. So I tried saying, yes, it should be interesting. Rejected. It will be interesting. Rejected. Be interesting. Rejected. I think it will be interesting. Rejected. Comments do not work again. Rejected. I don't know what the hell is going on, but you pay way too much money for StreamYard for this bullshit to be happening. This is insanity. You can't even say hi. Unreal. Unreal. So thank you everyone for being here. I do appreciate it. I'm going to try to figure out a way to comment.
I'm sure they'll get that back to you.
That's what she said, and I'm like, okay, but I still need to let my boss know.
Yeah.
Like,
Were you able to let your boss know?
I have a Gmail account.
Okay.
I just sent him an email and said, hey, I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Like, he's having some questions how it happens, like, he knows.
What's that name sound?
If he's in the area, he's good to go to church, go there, you know.
What does he own?
He owns, Kevin Price, general contractor, and then,
Okay.
as I'm getting to know the name, he's tied to a ton of stuff in Athens.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. Kevin Price, general contractor.
Yes.
How long have you been working there?
I started, May, beginning of May.
Beginning of May. That's pretty recent.
Yeah.
What did you do before that?
I've done the same thing my whole career as commercial building superintendent. I'm in charge of building from dirt up high rises, hospitals, whatever.
Yeah, you just bring everybody together, make it happen.
They enter the drawings and figure everything out.
Yeah, yeah. Your address, is that 896, Harrison Mill Road? Okay, I just want to make sure. Go ahead and write that down. Before I write that, I want to make sure that, you know how I don't know if you ever played a telephone game in school, where you start out telling one thing, by the time it comes all the way back around, it's not even nothing.
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons that I'm in here talking to you.
Yeah.
How long you lived at Harrison Mill Road?
It was a year this past June, we signed this year at least.
Okay, this house.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think about Harrison?
This is where they were all born.
Really?
You know, off of Beach Creek Road.
Oh, yeah.
All except for little Cody.
Yeah, I know.
We moved from Beach Creek, we bought a farm in Salem, and that's really where we lived for the majority of our life.
Okay. How long did you live on a Beach Creek?
Oh, man, probably 10 years or so,
Okay.
8, 9, something like that, it was a long time.
Okay.
All the kids went, they started off with Salem Elementary and Helping Hands used to be right there, so that's for us.
Well, helping hands.
It was a daycare that was
Oh, okay.
like a pathway from
Yeah.
school to the daycare.
Oh, yeah.
It was really great for us.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
So did you live at Beach Creek before you moved to that land?
So yeah, we sold everything right about the start of COVID. I had a spine fusion, had 2 back surgeries, and it led me ruptured a disc, slowed the work out of the job, working like that. It's just me. I said, well, I'll put the door on the hinges, you screw up 4 wide doors. Like, okay, this is 07, and much younger and much better shape. I grabbed that door, and I'm like, as soon as I picked up that door, it's like, sort of sounded like a knuckle popping in my back. I'm like, what did I need it? I set the door down, I'm like,
It's all right.
yeah, I sat down for a second, I'm like, man. As soon as I was straight up, I'm like, wow, on the floor.
Mhm.
Take the emergency room, couldn't talk, couldn't nothing. I've never felt anything like that. I've never been stitched up, never been in the hospital, like nothing.
So what they do for you?
He gave me a big old shot of morphine. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'll just take that.
You feel good?
He's like, straight morphine. I'm like, oh, perfect. So I can get that good. He was like, let me show you a picture. He's like,
Yeah.
like, what is that? He goes, he said, I call it crap. He said, you have ruptured your disc and blown out everything on the inside and gone down your nerve channels and back your legs, and it's hard.
So what, he said, use everything you got?
He said, I can fix it. I've done a bunch of them. Basically, it's a laminectomy. And I was 9 months to go. And everything happened again. I was on the table 10 months later. Stitched up everything, cut a piece of my vertebrae off, packed it behind the disc, keep it in place, and I was supposed to be the fix. And it did for 5 or 6 years, right? And just pain, more pain. So I go see a specialist, give them a rundown. Here's all my medical stuff. Like, we need to do a quick MRI, but no problem. Get the MRI, it's like, oh, I'm like, well, that's down. He said, your disc is leaking fluid into your spinal cord and spinal canal. I'm like, I can't, like, have another surgery. Like, I can't do this in recovery. It was a pain in the ass. I'm like, this is totally different. They go through the front instead of, you go through the front of my belly, you go to my spine. I'm like, it kind of feels like you're going around the mountain there to get to the real top.
Hey, man, they do some weird surgery.
Yeah, so I like anything, I verified who it was, like, oh, shit, this guy's like, he rewrote the book, he really did for this surgery, the fusion, and that's how he's gonna give me it. So he got through the front, and the bracket is on this side of my spine, not on my back, so
It's on this one.
yeah, so sore, like, every kid, I can't, like, I don't know, because it's hurt, I can't get to it.
I don't think you recover from that.
A year, probably rusted back, because I can't.
You can probably not.
The second MRI, bracket's supposed to be in there, just like this, it's in there about 11 o'clock. And this screw is like, just rubs against the nerves. Like, the only thing.
How do you work?
Just work for a very, very long
At least they
time.
give you pain medication when that pops off and hits your nerve.
Correct. And I'm like, I don't really take any of that. I'm afraid. So you're gonna be up to speed here really fast. And I'm like, I'm good. I said, I have so many people I'm responsible for in the job. I don't like that shit. I said, I don't drink or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Try to tough it out, add bills. This is not, working. It's like, so we'll start you on some real great, hydrocodone basically. I'm like, okay, never had it, what to do. So that was 08, and start taking that to be able to get to work and, handle everything. So as time went along,
Where was that?
I was working for Weekly Construction out of Marietta. I was in for almost 10 years. And built a big railroad job downtown. It's just a big $100 million project. Yeah, I just was bullshit with the CEO of the railroad. I didn't know who that man was,
Right.
how much power he actually had. And we comes out there, he's like, hey, y'all gotta get down from 120 million. He's like, I like your man. You're gonna do it for us, and he's got to run it all. I'm like, oh, that's great. So I had underestimated the effort and the time away from it. 6, 7 days a week for months. And it was me building my career, and this was my stable job. I've been working my whole life to get there. So
Is that normal work week for you, or was it just that?
yeah, that project. It was cameras and all that. So that led to
All right, so sorry about that. I was trying to leave and come back, and it just whacked out. So let me reshare. And hopefully that helped. I don't know. We may just have to sit in. I may just have to sit in silence today, and y'all have to talk amongst yourselves. Although I don't see anyone else commenting for a while, so it could be that your comments are not showing up, even though they show up to you. They're not showing up to anybody else.
Didn't know at the time, so I had taking these pain medications, it's not working. So I go to the doctor, I'm like, look, I'm taking this stuff, and there's nothing happening. So, fast forward for, I don't know, a couple of years, I guess, and as it has turned out, I don't know when she started, I just know that she started. And basically going in, taking my pain meds, and putting like, if you look at an E-plate Tylenol, you have to look. I don't look, I just take them, you know? So I didn't know that was going on. And so I kind of had an idea, started paying attention to what I was thinking, like the numbers were all different. So it was like, all right, so I just kind of set a trap in the kitchen to see who or what was happening. It was her. Right. So that's where that initial breach of our marriage started right there. And it's like,
Okay, we'll get there.
yeah,
We'll get there.
that's kind of how we ended up moving and all that stuff.
Okay, so you moved from B Street and you said you went to, Statham, Wall Farm, Statham?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, where were you at in Statham?
Bear Creek Road.
All right, I'm just going to show you all what I'm seeing just so that you know, because I know some people are going to say, she's just saying that because there's only 4 people in chat. I'm going to show y'all what I see. So it's going to look very weird, but this is what I see. This is in the back. This is what happens with StreamYard. So you can see, right? So this worked. And because I reset, you're not going to see all of the times I tried to comment. But this is where I say, oh, maybe it's fixed. Nope, rejected. I'm so frustrated. Rejected. Hi, Whispers. Rejected. Let's see. StreamYard. Get your ish together. Rejected. So even if I try to say hi, right? Just hi. Rejected. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. But I could see Whispers. I don't know, Whispers. I'm not sure if you said anything prior to that, but that is the first comment I was able to see of yours. So you can kind of see, this is from the beginning of the stream, right? So nanny type of comment. So I said, I'm trying, that worked. So then it let me do, I just reported YouTube not working on Down Detector. I'm glad I can see you, Nanny, that worked. I'm just watching my phone to make sure the comments go through, that worked. It's so weird. It's so weird. So it's not that I'm trying to, that I'm not ignoring you. This is a StreamYard YouTube issue. And for the amount of money we pay for StreamYard, this shouldn't be happening. So anyways, let me go back to, let me share, go back to sharing what we're listening to, which I haven't been really listening because I'm so frustrated, but just know that I am trying to comment. I'm trying to comment. It's just, it's not working. It's not working.
How long do you guys live there?
About 8, 9 years or so, long enough that my parents are, part of their ashes are buried on that farm.
Are they really? That's supposed to be the forever
That
home.
was supposed to be for her home.
What happened to that?
She kind of started started going really downhill.
Like, Marcy.
Yeah, just like, had a really good job, engineer. I'm like feeling pressure to carry all the bills, and it's a lot going on with that. Paying bills, boats, all that stuff, to be honest, just never made that much money a year of my life, and really, like, miserably is all that I know. Yeah, never for me, my family, we never had more. It was clear, I'm fine, just make the kids happy with my campers and stuff like that. You know? So we made the decision that I was gonna kind of step back, and we can sell our farm and make a killer profit, which we did. And just step back. She had a death in the family, the grandmother's house down in Fitzgerald was just hitting. And she said, let's just, you go heal. She had a job lined up with Georgia Pacific down there. I'm like, okay, house is paid for, truck's paid for, everything's good. I can get into a little more involvement with the kids, which is what I was missing. So we went down there and we called we started playing football. We won the little state title down there, doing everything that I thought that's what we
So you moved
needed.
to Fitzgerald after time?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the issue that we just discussed about followed us down there. And
Talking about the substance abuse stuff?
so my parents were a block away, so we thought,
How
well,
long you down at Fitzgerald for?
about 8, maybe 9 months, it wasn't long. And
Where'd you go after that?
I call back up here after like their mom involved, like, you see what's happening, you need to get her help right now. And whatever that looks like, that's fine, I'm gonna take the kids, we're gonna go back home, I don't wanna be down here. I just have to make a call and get a job and come back up here, and she needs help. She needs to be put in place and helped. Like, I can't do this anymore, the kids,
Is that when you moved up to Jefferson?
yeah. So we came back, I made a phone call, like, yep, come on, we'll hire you tomorrow. So I came back up here, lived up here for probably a month, just trying to save money to get everybody to move back up here. So the best school area I thought would be Jefferson as far as the rent. And I don't know what happened before and after COVID, but like rent is like stupid. So we found what we could afford in Jefferson, moved in there, and really, me and the kids were good, just doing our every day.
Did Marcy call you back up here?
She did, she came back up probably.
On your way, yes.
I'm gonna say we were probably there about 7 or 8 months, same thing. She came up and it was just a shit show, and no effort, no nothing, drinking all the time. I would go to work and home still in bed, so that wasn't going too well. So,
You stayed in that one house for those few months and you moved to,
so I had her mom come over and take her, and I said, so Will probably wanted to be with his mom. So the grandmother came up, so Marcy and Will called me, and Jenny said she wanted to just go down there for a little while, come back and kind of flip flop. She wasn't sure yet, but Colt and I were gonna stay. Like, okay. So we stayed. Colt was doing this everyday thing. You know, it was like 7th grade, good schools. Somewhere along the line, 7th grade, some bullying started. Went to the school and was like, hey, what's going on? My son is, coming home saying there's, people are like picking on him, and
what were they up to?
well, he's kind of, obviously, he was just kind of a quiet kid. He doesn't know, he's not really going to walk up and be the center of the show. He said, he told me, he's like, I eat lunch at the dinner table by myself. And it's a group of guys and a couple of girls. And we're making fun of him for sitting down there by himself and just mocking him or whatever, which that was the original going to school before this. Just going crazy, here's what we're going to do. Met with everybody at the school, told us what's going on. I said, I don't have exact names. I can give you what he's telling me. These people are, I don't think you
What school
were.
was this, you remember?
Yes, it's Jefferson Middle School.
Jefferson Middle?
Yes.
How long you go there?
He was there for the time we moved into that house.
Okay.
So,
So you went to Statham and State schools for a little bit?
yeah, we went to Statham, and then when we
Was
were
he
there,
bullying in Statham?
no, nothing like that.
I just started in Jefferson.
Mm-hmm. So we went back, and I'm like, all right, so we figured that's the way it's now. The kid, one of the kids, he's eating lunch, will come by, like he's sitting there eating lunch, on a foot in here. So I said, so for me, now to make contact with him, like, can we just have a place in school where Cole can come set up shop? He's a really smart kid, like, he's really good at school. She's like, oh, we don't operate that way, we'll get counselors involved, which they did, and it just never really, So, I don't know, we talked about different things. I'm like, you got it on this computer and just getting and crap, and for me, I'm just.
When did that start?
as soon as he could just get to school, it seemed like it was gaming and PlayStations, and then when
Like,
PlayStation.
did it happen before seventh grade or after seventh grade?
Their gaming and stuff.
Yeah.
As soon as like middle school started, that's when it was PlayStations and Xboxes. And for me, I'm like, no.
So he played football and all that on the
Yeah, yeah. And for me, I'm like, I don't want you sitting in front of the screen. I'm this all day. That's not how I was raised. I want to show you how I dealt with things growing up. It wasn't always easy. I said, I deer hunted for my first memory. And I thought that's how I could bond with him one-on-one and just kind of work some stuff out with him. Go maybe relax and tell him what's going on. Just build off of that.
So you guys started deer hunting?
Probably. Not last year, the year before that, the ending of that year. So what's this, 24, 22, I guess?
2022 is when you started deer hunting.
Mm-hmm.
How old was he to you? 12? 12?
Yeah, 12 growing
I
up.
started about seventh grade.
Yeah, yeah. So got my plumber I was working with, like, holy man, this is great. He said, come out to the house, got a big farm. He said, I'll set you guys up a blind. And, you know, show up here in the morning and I'll walk down. Like, last day of the season too, I'm like, dude, we're not gonna shoot nothing because we ain't shooting nothing. It's just about the process for him. So, I want to try to, like, hook it right here. He's like, I got it. I'm like, okay. So great guy, great thing. Phil's a nice blind. Sure, my son comes up and I'm looking through binoculars. And he's looking, he starts shaking. I'm like, what's wrong? Okay, so goes that whole thing, look, he's a little buck. And he knows I was little the first year I shot was a broken horse, 5 foot tall. He shoots that deer ball straight over. Good Lord. The gun jam, that was the only bad thing. So he shot it. Like we had gone to the range, up in both ranges actually, Charlie Elliott, the one up in by Big Laser, I think so it is.
But Charlie, you got his first year in 2022?
Yeah, yeah.
And what kind of gun was he using then?
So that was a Bushmaster 450, and I
What
wanted
kind of gun was he?
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah, because I bought it from Mike.
I'm not a gun expert, what kind of gun is it?
So, the Bushmaster is kind of like I said, when I told Mike, I said, he's little, I don't want to scare him when he pulls the trigger, I said, something that's not too big, but I don't want to wound the deer, and he pulls the trigger on the deer, go down. I don't want to think about that, so he's like, hey, this Bushmaster's good, it'll do the trick.
Is that like a hunting rifle or is that like an AR-15 shotgun?
And I said, man, like the AR platform shotgun, they've got that look, I said, that's kind of what he's excited about, and so Mike's like, here, let's try this Bushmaster. I'm like, okay, we only held 5, or 3 actually in the clip. I'm like, okay, that'll be a good start. So, just him and I, we sit down on the floor, we go.
That's a hunting rifle, right? Is it like an old wood kind?
You know, it's a plastic AR platform.
You said it had 3 rounds in that.
Yeah, it's really a small mag, and I'm like, you don't what do you want?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
So,
Did he want a bigger mag?
he just thought that, yeah, he wanted more bullets, and he just thought that it was like, he said, you know, can I break this? He has a little pellet gun.
Right.
He's like, can I throw a pellet gun in the holster and walk down the woods? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So we sat down on the floor and went over everything that we were gonna do and not do with these subjects in the house. There's a no bullshit rule in this house. That's how that's gonna be, or they're gone. And that was never have a loaded weapon in that house.
Just kind of jump around a little bit.
Well, yeah, so
So
that was Jefferson, basically.
Okay, so Jefferson is the first time he really kind of got in. What, so you went to Charlie Elliott?
Yeah.
How many times did you take him to Charlie Elliott?
I'd say probably twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
Which one you were you there?
We shot, I had a deer rifle, a very late deer rifle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that anymore. He shot his Bushmaster, and I had a shotgun. He only shot the shotgun.
Okay. Shotgun. He shot all 3 of those?
He wouldn't shoot my deer rifle, he was scared of it.
Okay. Well, why was he scared of it?
Because it's just big and loud, and he said, you know, it kicked me back, he just didn't want anything to do with that.
You went to another shooting range?
Yeah,
Which one was that?
I want to say it's Big Laser.
Big Laser.
Yeah, up in Banks County, I think up there along the what's it called, Tanger Outlet.
Okay. How many times you guys go there?
I think only twice on there as well.
Okay.
Because once we moved,
Y'all shoot something different up there?
no,
Same guns?
yeah, we got rid of the AR, the Bushmaster, because that's what I was trying to tell you, because it jammed.
Yeah.
Called Mike, I'm like, I can't get the bullet out of here. So literally had to took it apart, so it wouldn't, you know, but I still had a round hung up there.
Okay.
Took it back to Mike, I'm like, hey, I can't, he's excited, he's hooked, this worked. And I said, I just need to size it down on something that's not gonna do this with him. Because now I got scared of it, I wanted
So
to
you
see
took that first gun, you got it separated, and took it back to, who did you buy that from?
Mike's gunner.
Oh, Mike, okay, yeah. Is that who you buy all your
Oh,
guns?
yeah, yeah. I thought the sheriff in there one day. Sheriff, I
I don't know if I figured, he's tall now.
He called, you know what I mean? I'm like, God,
Yeah.
how?
So you might be over, what you got straight
So
on?
what we talked about was, like, the guy was, leasing land from, we were talking about, like, he really likes his hunting, the whole aspect of it. I said, we were talking about, I was telling him coyote hunting during the summertime, is how we kind of keep track of the land, put the cameras, like, I'm going through the whole deal for him, right?
Like, this is out the house, the farmland in Salem?
Yeah, no, this is as he grew up, and we worked the shooting range, and I tell him all the hunting range to do as a kid. And I said, where you shot that deer, it's just run over, with coyotes and killing.
Where's you guys on that?
So it's out, my plumber's got family land, it's like 20 acres, it's just right out behind his house. And I said, we can get a different style weapon, and we can work our way up to where you feel confident shooting a gun. They'll say,
So what do you upgrade to after this?
nothing, we just left it at that, and I told Mike, I just need to think about it and talk about it with him, how's he feel at gym and that's the dinner or anything like that. So for Christmas, we were talking, and he said, Daddy, he said, I would really like to get another AR. He said, but I'm scared of the jam. I said, okay. He goes, he said, what? He said, that the AR that I had, I said, that's a 223 round. Just, you know, that's our coyote and our pig hunt gun.
Is that what you have?
That's what I have.
Okay. What kind of AR you got?
I have, it's not a name brand, I'll say it's Franklin or Johnson, it's just, like
And it's 223?
yeah, 63. So,
So you wanted one of those?
yeah,
What you said for Christmas, was it Christmas of seventh grade year?
this past Christmas,
Okay, so 2023.
yeah, we were living in our house where we are now.
Did you guys shoot or anything between seventh grade and?
Just at the ranges, those maybe one time, and once I started with school, I just was focused on getting into school, not really going and doing any shooting and everything. Then all that kind of stuff went down with his mom, and she got into a whole shit of trouble, so I just kind of shelved all that, so we could get it calm.
Okay. So after everything calmed down,
Yeah.
you got an AR for Christmas?
Yeah, I said, you know,
Well, that might shoot.
yeah, I said, the whole goal here was, he said, he cared, like, he had so much fun, we bonded, like, I
That was
wanted,
his injury. That was for him.
it was for him,
Yeah.
but, like, it didn't say in his room or anything, it was all my closet right there, but when we go shoot, that's when I let him shoot.
Okay.
So,
So is that where you kept guns in the house in your closet?
Yeah.
Was that where they were the other day?
that's where I thought they were, yeah. A couple days before, so I bought him just, like, I'm a single dad, like, try baseball, so I can't, like, go do all this on a whim, right? You know, so I'm like, hey, I'll try to upgrade your scope. I know it's shitty, but I said, it's enough for us to go shoot in the range, you shot it, get with it, you're good, you know, and when we're moving, he was worried about, I was explaining more, saying, just all of this in the effort for him to be safe with the weapon.
Okay. What did you bought him something to upgrade the rifle?
No, it's just a laser cartridge that you put in there, shoots a laser, and you just look at your scope.
Okay.
And so that came in, and he had it,
So the laser was.
yeah, it's like a 223 round with a laser in it.
Oh.
And when you put it in the barrel, it turns on before it's like your scope. And I said, the whole effort with the hunting and the rifles and whatnot was, hey, bad boy, you keep doing good in school, doing good things, making good grades, which he was, then this is something that we will do, it's not like a carrot.
Yeah. Kind of like the rifle. You do all this, you go to school,
Correct.
we can shoot.
Yeah, and it's always been like us, our family, mom was just totally shit canned us, and it's just us now. And we have to just be together. I can't go away and buy things like that right now.
So where, I've been out to your house, where's your house, or where's your room in relation to?
Yeah, so, when you go down the hallway, Colton's on the right.
Mhm.
And when we first moved into that house, it was a beautiful
Is it one story, 2 story, 1 story? Okay.
ranch house. And Jenny, his sister, she was like, Dad, I want to come back up and stay with y'all. I miss you. Don't like to really down here. It's like, no problem. Mom's in trouble. I'm like, I'll be there in the morning. About a week goes by, we're trying to get things ready, I get a call from DFAX in the middle of the night, and all that, I'm sure that you know about her mom, his mom.
Yeah.
No. So the phone rings 2 o'clock in the
What
morning.
is this?
Huh?
What is this?
This is here recently, probably, I can't do the exact date, 6, 7, or 6, you know, now, right? So, hey, man, I want to get down there, living with parents, and, painkillers, graduated to that. I had no clue. DFAX lady called me, like, well, kids, I thought, DUI, and she's like, well, she was driving, and I can't tell you until I see you, so I got you signed, I got legal, I'm like, she's like, can you be here tonight? I'm like, it's like almost 2 in the morning, every 4 hours.
You know, you can walk there.
We're married, we're not divorced, so we're, yeah, legally.
Yeah. You're separated, but legally.
Correct. I did know my kids, I probably.
So Marcy got DUI.
No, that's what I thought. So I'm like, okay, I said, I'll come, it's gonna be middle, like 4 o'clock in the morning, she's like, okay, let's just meet there at 7:30, I'm like, you need to tell me what this is about, I have no idea. She said, just know that, your kids are safe, you just come down here and get them. And, okay, so Colin and I run down there, and he's like, what do you think? She says, I'm like, I have no idea. So we get there, we go to her mom and dad's house, open the door, and we sit in the living room, she gets her phone out, like, okay. Marcy, they gave her a hair blood test, she starts reading the results, and,
Why give her hair blood test?
her sister apparently, that, I never got the whole story.
She had all kids down
She
there.
had my little one,
Colin.
Jimmy. Yeah, Colin, Jimmy, Colin. And I'm like, at that time, I started thinking, like, okay, why Jimmy's going to go back, something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but, I issues with drinking that rum.
So what was the result of all that?
So they read it all, I'm like, yep. She said the prescription for all that was in there, opioids were in there, and high wine or high alcohol content, like, I'm just like, I know all this. And she said, I've been doing this for the rest of my years, and I've never seen a level of that this high from that. You know, I'm like, what did you just say? We're sitting there in the living room. And she's like, she is doing that currently based on what I'm like, and I stood up, I'm like, can I take my kids? She's like, hang on. She's like, it's all, no, confused, it's the
That's what
Adderall.
Marcy was saying.
Yeah, and I was like, this is like the worst thing that could possibly happen. I'm like, okay, so we finished all that, like, you got the kids, you got custody of the kids, visitation is only if Corey allows it, and where it's gonna be, it's up to him, basically. I'm like, great.
So they like say when you took the kids, is that still in place now?
No, it's not.
How long did they?
I say probably, right after probably 2 or 3 days after Lieutenant Guest beat on my door at 2:30 in the morning. He showed up with 3 or 4 different deputies.
Said who? Who beat on your door?
Lieutenant Guest for Marion County.
What do you come at?
I got hard.
Was it recent?
Yeah, it was when I first got the kids back up there. Okay, got the kids.
Like a recent and like a week
Oh,
ago?
this was shortly after I got the kids back up there, so, I'd say we've been there so it's probably 5, 6 months ago, maybe. And these are off, I got expired.
Oh, yeah, I'm not holding you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you do it.
Okay.
So
So it was only, the same plan was only 3 months?
he was on the door, she had called and said that
That's the end of the first video.
I took the kids for a fall break and never came back. I'm like, no, it's like, I go to some other truck, he's like, hey, I got a letter from DFAX, and he's like, this is safety blanket, so this is what,
Yeah.
he's like, I don't know shit thing. I'm like, well, it should, because that's how it is.
Well, to not explain that better, Lieutenant Guest was,
I was like,
we don't get involved with that. And I'm sure that was probably that statement he made that to you.
I was like,
Unless it's signed by a judge, we can't enforce that.
no, you can say that.
Okay, well, that's kind of clear that.
Got it. So I don't know who grabbed him, somebody walking out my front yard, it's like, you're still here, I'm like, yeah. So he came back, he was like, okay. Whatever that conversation was, he was in the when he came back on for it.
Okay, good.
So then, once that settled,
I had to
right,
figure out when the safety plan was.
it's like, holy shit, because I called the defense lady, I'm like, I got the law telling me that this doesn't matter. She was like, completely lost. She's like, no, I'll go down there, I'll talk to everybody in the morning, and tell them you're abiding by the plan, it's no problem. You're doing everything that you're supposed to do by law. And she said, I'll go sit down with Jenny after this, make sure everybody is good and safe. And good.
That's what I told you, you don't get involved in it.
Yeah.
Where the kids are at, they stay.
That's right.
Figure it out.
And it was even, as I said,
Yeah.
okay, I'll go in there and wake them up. He's like, oh, that's all good. So,
Let's kind of circle back.
Yeah, sure.
So last, Christmas.
Yes.
You buying the rifle that was used this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, how many times you go with him to see that?
I would say probably twice.
You probably
Yeah.
twice with him.
We went, both of those times we went up to Big Laser.
So is that right? You went to Big Lake?
Yes. And the goal was to.
What, you said you bought him the war scope? Attachment?
Yeah, it's just a little laser.
Yeah, did you buy any other attachments for it?
No, I had a bunch of stuff through the years of different parts and pieces or whatever.
Did you give him any of that, like you did something good?
No, I just had, when I bought him, the rifle was just kind of stripped down. I said, he doesn't have very big hands. I said, we need to put just a normal, like ear hump scope on there and a little.
Full grip?
Yeah, a grip on there because for whatever reason, that weapon's got it solid.
Yeah.
It's hot. Like,
Oh,
it's hot.
yeah.
So I said, we'll just put that on there and laser, and that's all, that's, the scope, they'll use laser, bore sighter, get it, you'll hit these things that go straight down.
Yeah.
That's all that was.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
That one was not big.
That's what, really, no, I would say.
It was 2-3.
That's a 2-3. Where all of that was going was, because Jimmy wants to hunt in a bad way. So I was trying to, like, hey, this is probably how I should have started this. We need a bow hunt. Like, they've got pictures of me bow hunting and just through the years, Jimmy was wanting to do it. So the overall goal here was, hey, like, I need to start going to school, do what you're supposed to do. I said, when we get back into the woods this fall, I said, look, I want to see you in the bow hunting. And just go from there, enjoy the outdoors for what it's worth.
Did he ever ask you for any other parts, like any upgrades to the rifle?
He would ask me like, hey, he said, he asked me for an extended clip. And I said, he said, the one that we have, she holds 20 or whatever. And I'm like, that's plenty. I said, I've got one in there. I said, it's not
They
gonna.
want more elbow.
Yeah, this was way back. He said, I had one that held like 50 or so. And you could see in it, like, see how many rounds were in it. And that was just something that was like, the only problem about these, in the original gift was, you don't know how many you got left till it stops, I showed him that clip, he was like, can I use that on mine? That way I know. I'm like, sure. But, anything weapon-wise, when the only time he ever touched that thing to go shoot it was when we were walking out.
Did you ever touch it? You mentioned that's the only time you ever touched it, shoot it. Did you ever touch it, do anything with it, clean it?
No, we sat down on the floor and I took everything apart. And just, I said, I'm not smart enough to take springs and all that shit out. I said, take this back, I just do this, I oil all the parts, clean the barrel with the brush. I said, then I spray it with the brush, and I said, then we put it back up.
Often did you study that with rifles?
After we would shoot, I tried to do the next day or a couple days after, I was just kind of hard. The whole original thing was just for us to bond, because the things they had gone through with their mom, it's like, I'm just trying to save everybody and keep my family together.
Yeah.
And he knows that, So, he's just had a lot of,
Yeah, so we can go ahead and kind of transition into that. So I kind of heard that, from and again, this is your telephone game through the grapevine, that you've kind of been involved with school, and in some ways trying to get help for. How long has that?
can I just say that, do you know where I'm at?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not bothered to, like, I named my children, like, I need to just one more day, I think this would just change everything, because I can feel it. I can
You feel
feel
what?
this whole attitude changing.
How long could you kind of feel that?
So we had an argument, I don't know dates or time, so when everybody was at the house, and
Just like last week? Or
no, this was a few months ago, when I originally came down with his mama, and we had the discussion of, the mama is takes all the pictures of the bus, perfect bus. And just, I'm like, hey, we'll get the right people involved, we'll get to this together, but we can't go hell raising.
Was it shortly after Lieutenant Yes?
Yes. And I said, he's like, she's calling that. We can't even, we're looking out the windows now, we're gonna go around and stuff, they think we have something to do with it. I'm like, no. And so talking to her mom, their grandmother, like, hey, I need help. I said, the anxiety for him is increasing and he's getting more bold towards me. And that's where he would say something off the cuff and go in his room, slam the door. I would just let that go because I don't want any bullshit starting from my little kids with it.
Right.
And as time went along, he became more and more like confrontational. I said, all right, listen, I said, I want to get right
What would you guys get arguments
about him calling her all these names and shit like that. And then him not wanting to be associated with her. And that was led to, I can't go to school because everybody knows my mom's in that bed. Which led to her mom saying,
That stuff happened down at the sheriff, right?
it did, but up here is where it all, like, James said, they locked her up here. When they caught her, it was here at Walmart.
So was it?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, it started all there. I had y'all tracking her cell phone, whatever, however that looked like. They knew it happened.
Did Cole do this?
Yep, they all three did.
Did you say that something you told them, or?
They wanted to know what was happening because, I'm trying to think what triggered the whole damn thing.
Mhm.
After Lieutenant Guest, it's before Lieutenant Guest, she just shows up, open a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to remember this, what timeline. Guest came by, and then that's where we were told we were doing the right thing, our safety plan was in order, you're good, follow what we said. All right, and then, I don't know, a couple weeks go by, maybe a week, somebody beating on the door on Saturday, I'm like, dude, I'm looking out the window, and it's her. I shouldn't be there. So I yelled out the window, like, hey, you're not supposed to be here, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to get your car and leave before I call the law. You can't just show up. And she's screaming at me, I want my kids, just carrying on and on and on. So, and the kids are there, they're scared, I'm like, calm down, and all that was doing was just really upsetting Cole and Shane to the point where he was mad about it, and I'm mad about it, but like, the whole goal here was to us to move up here, let her go get help, let her parents put her in an inpatient thing, and let us continue with our life. So there were words with him, her dad, his grandfather, the mom and the grandmama bought him a dirt bike for being a good boy. And what we're trying to get him to do was she wanted him to come down there and live with Fitzgerald. And they said, the grandma said, I'll buy you a dirt bike, and then when you come down here, you can do online school. And that's right there is where I lost any, like, going to school. He was like, well, Mamma is what they call her. So I said, we can do online school, and I don't have to.
That's what he did last year. He was out of school for a long time. Who you doing online with?
It started out with Georgia Online.
Okay.
We did not get, I tried to do
So
that
he did that from, say, October of last year to
until he found out that, he wanted to go back and do 8th grade again with Jenny and go to 8th grade and through high school together. I'm like, okay, I don't know, that was a great idea. We're really giving them a comfort level because his sister and them were really close. So, that's kind of where.
So what's your,
it's like,
you mentioned that you worked for, Kevin Price, one contract. And how long have you been working for them?
maybe 8-9 months now.
Okay. So for the past 8 or 9 months, what's your schedule like?
So my schedule is, I get up, wake everybody up in the morning about 6 o'clock. Everybody's awake. Make sure everybody's got their clothes, everything they need for school. I get little Coley dressed and I take him to school every day.
Where'd you go to school?
He goes to Austin Road Elementary. Right.
He's a rock.
He is a Tug War champ too.
So you wake everybody up, and what time do you leave to take those folks to school?
We leave about 6:45 to 7 o'clock. If we're late, it's like 7. And then like walking out the door, like Colt, you wake up, he's usually in there getting dressed and ready to go. And he is, goes last. So you wake up, and then when I get him to school, I get to my job, I'm calling or texting, like, everybody good, you all to school, yes, good, and, you can see it on my phone, you know.
So, you leave about 7, and you ever go back home, you just go straight to work?
No, I go straight to work.
What time do you have to be at work?
I'm the boss, so.
Whenever you get there? What time do you normally get there?
Yeah, I try to get there by 7:30.
No, you that close to, where's Kevin Brush at?
Yeah.
Is it? So you try to be at work at 7:30?
Yeah.
What time do y'all?
It's saying it could be 12, it could be later. Every single day is I'm walking to the truck by 2:30, always getting home about 3:15. And I'm trying to be in my driveway every day by 3:30 at the latest.
Okay, so sometimes you leave at 12,
Yeah.
and then like the latest, 2:30 to 3?
Yeah, I mean, if we have something for them, a doctor's appointment or somewhere, they've got to go, then, you know, I just make my arrangements with the guys that work for me. And
And you work
I would,
Monday through Friday, you work on the weekends,
if I've got a project, that I have to do Saturday, I'll.
so you get to be at home when you get a lot.
Yeah, and they go with them. They're all drug cranes and
Okay.
guys from like.
How often do you spoke with you?
He used to go all the time when he was little and
When you stop doing that?
probably about the time, puberty hit, to be honest.
About that, right? Okay. So he doesn't go anymore, he hasn't go.
No, he hasn't. He,
So that, I mean, that's good, you get to be home that much.
Yeah.
What's a typical, like, when you get, what time do you normally get home, about 3:30, 4, something like that?
Yep.
And then what's your afternoon?
So, the afternoon is, like we usually go to the park, me and Boo, and we'll go up there and that's what we always call it. Or we'll go football, play football,
What part?
right there in, Bethlehem, right behind the Civic Center, Bethlehem Civic Center, a little park right there. So we would, this past fall, we were there every day after school.
Is Colby over there with you?
Sometimes he would go with us, him and Jay would just swing and me and Boo would run around and chase and play on swing.
So somebody go to the park, what time y'all normally there?
We try to eat dinner, they're always chomping at the bit, like, 6:30, 7 o'clock, when the time change comes, I try to make sure we're obviously in the house, dinner, and everybody's laying down by 8:30.
The older ones are?
Everybody's laying down, yeah.
Wow.
And they'll, Jenny will lay there and we'll do her girl stuff and look on the phone, and Cole, he'll see what I'm looking at now.
He's gaming, huh?
Apparently not. So,
Well, when you go check on him, tell him he's not about 8:30.
yeah, man, I can hear it
What
through the
he's
wall.
playing to you?
Yeah, I can hear it.
What kind of video games you play?
He plays a hell, last couple of weeks, he's been playing Minecraft with Jenny, like,
Minecraft?
nonstop.
Do you play anything else?
He's Call of Duty, like, trying to get me to play it, and stuff, like, I can't play it, I just literally can't do it.
Yeah, so he says we're too good at it.
I'm stuck,
Yeah.
like, he told me this, I keep stabbing myself in the leg, don't everybody else was.
Yeah.
So, it's just something where, this kid had it, he had it.
What else is he into other than video games?
He can hit the hell out of the golf ball.
Golf.
So when we got back over here to, when we were in Jackson, we go hit balls almost every weekend.
What else did you move back that time?
We went to the Chevys, played, showing how close we were. Actually still home money for a putt contest, he beat me on it. The goal right there was when he smashed it, I'm like, he's a ticket. I said, you're so smart. You go to college and do this road thing. Like, you're a good looking kid. Like, you're smart. Like, the world is just right there for you. You're such a good boy.
When, so you said the last few months were pretty bad. Do you guys argue a lot?
No, we
Don't argue a lot?
not leading up to the whole mess bullshit is when it came off the rails, And then,
So that's when the argument started between you and him?
yeah. And
What's
then
the typical argument look like for you guys?
it's, just stop. Just,
What's he doing?
he's just cussing, slamming doors.
Huh.
And it's just like, I need you to stop, or I want to take the kids one over you to calm down. So the first time,
You ever break anything in the house or anything?
yeah, he broke the door,
You broke the door?
Yeah.
What door did you break?
the hallway door.
Why do you do that?
So I guess we didn't lock the door.
What are you so mad at that age for?
I don't, he had said something about what they had been arguing about, and he chased it down the hall.
What were they
And
arguing about?
I don't remember what exactly they were, but whatever she said, something, I think it was something at school that happened, and he was embarrassed about it, because he ran down the hallway, his grandmother was there too, and I'm like, hey, stop.
Yeah.
And when he got to the end of the hallway, he was like, tripped over his foot bag and like landed his head into the door and it knocked a hole in the bottom of the door, right?
You ever broke anything else around the house?
No, nothing like full on, you know, he knows like, all we have is my income, like, it takes everything that I have to keep us food, clothes, bills.
Right. What do you, when you yell and tell them, what do you say to you for?
He's upset with me because we have an agreement where we don't scream and yell when we get to that point, like, we just need to walk away.
Right.
And
But what's the service?
I could be anything from grades to school, like here recently, it's like, I need you to go back to school, like, I need that.
Apparently he's only in school 4 days.
Right, I need that interaction, I need you to start to figure out what it's like to be in school. We talked to the school, I told them all the backstory, said, hey, here's what's going on with him. Smart kid, he just,
When did you first talk to the school?
like when we signed him up, like when he said he was gonna go back to school.
Right. Did you read that when you talked to him about his whole demeanor?
No, I didn't say anything to him about
When
that.
you talked to him about what talked to him?
This was probably about 3 weeks ago, like, we had an argument or whatnot, and I was like, where I would get up and slam the door kind of shit. He just wouldn't let it, like, he just wouldn't let it go. It just seemed like he was like,
All right, I don't know what the heck is going on today. Apparently, Court TV was having issues too. This is ridiculous. But I did realize I was kind of going into other live streams while this was playing. It seems almost everyone who is using StreamYard is having the same issue. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, if you get all 3:30, and what is it, his vote down at 4:45?
I haven't like nailed down the kid, the high school time yet, kind of like all over the map. You know, it's like, I've got the other teacher's time.
So what do you do when you come home and he's there? And so, you know, his budget?
Yeah, so, like when he's not going to school and he's there, or, yeah, so, and that's kind of where we're at, right? I'm like, what, I don't understand, like, we had this conversation, like, this is what we were gonna do. And he went the first day, and then it's like the second day, he said, I don't feel like, my math teacher likes me. I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean?
Who's his math teacher?
I don't even know, we haven't been there that long, like, I haven't even know.
Yeah, school started with August.
Yeah, and like, so him getting back in the fray, it was like, it's really important, so, and I'm like, there, you know, he's worried about the image that somebody's gonna find out about all his mama and all that crap, so I said, okay. I said,
What was it, his math teacher, what did his math teacher like?
he never really expanded on that, and it was just an odd thing to say.
What about his other teachers?
He didn't,
He liked
he didn't say anything else about any other teachers, and just the way his demeanor, it's just like, I don't know, was it him, was it his teachers, like, do they not know the backstory with him, whatever?
Did you tell him that?
Yeah, told them why, online, they were really gracious, they,
When did you have this conversation with the teachers?
not with the teachers, with the
With
the school principal
Yeah,
and
that
the scheduler, yeah. She said, just bear with me, we've got all your paperwork, you're good. And I'm like, I don't want him to fail.
Yeah.
She said, well, nobody fails. I'm like, how's that? And she said, we just push them on, and we give them, schoolwork that brings them from what they're missing up to where they need to be sprinkled in with what they should be doing. I'm like, okay. So that was the extent of that. And then they have the backstory of his mama and what all happened. And I was clear in the very beginning, like, this is what happened. She can't come on the property and take the kids. She has to be, everyone told me that's what I need to do, law enforcement.
So what was the plan for Cole?
Well, so that's what we were working towards. I said, hey, look, I want to get him into a counselor, like, you know.
Had he ever, made threats to harm himself, want to make harm, or harm anything about him?
No, not anybody else, but he
Yeah.
made the comment here and there, when he found out about the mess and him and his mom were having an argument. Just like, you know, what life I have. I'm like, you know, hey, this is her life, not yours. We're doing our thing. Don't let what she's done define you.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm doing. So, I could not convince him to go back to school after he came back that second time. And I don't know what to do at this point. So I called up there and said, I want him to see the in-house counselor. Can we do this and set it up?
What's the counselor's name?
Lisa, I need to go with my phone. Lisa, I think she sent me an email and said, hey, they made contact at the school, and she said we would like to bring in a third party, be aware.
Bring like third-party therapist,
Yeah,
or psychologist or something?
Yeah, but, so the awareness is a count.
Okay. When were they gonna do that?
This week, I had filled out all the paperwork, which I did Thursday and Friday.
So you had an appointment this week?
Give them all permission, like bring everybody, bring a specialized person, like,
What were they specifically like treating for? Like,
they were gonna talk to him about coming to school, not worrying about what people are saying, don't be a loner, come on, get back in the swing, take it to school.
and about what people were saying, it was at the stuff about his mom being bad, busted,
Exactly. And then he was more worried about everybody knowing that he, mom wasn't in bed, and that his biggest fear was failing and falling behind on Tuesday night.
So the appointment this week, I'm sending you today or tomorrow.
Yes, so they need me to give permission, I filled out all the paperwork online, and said, thank you so much for
Have
this.
you been in communication with Ms. Marcy about any kind of stuff for him, any kind of mental health?
Yeah,
So tell me about her.
yeah, her and I have talked about that, and she was like, he needs help at another level. And I'm
What
like,
does she mean by that?
she means like check into a place. And I'm like,
When she made that comment?
just recently while this has been going on.
Sometime in the past 3 weeks?
Yeah, before all this just happened. And I'm like, the problem is.
Before you talked to the counselor the first time?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And then, so
Why didn't he be checked in somewhere?
she thought that that's what he needed because they argue and he doesn't have a filter.
Okay. What, did you make threats for his mom?
Not threats, but crackhead, just like shit like that. Just no,
Okay.
it's just things I don't want to even hear and say to her, let alone my brother and sister. So I'm trying to navigate and manage all that. Everything that's very hard.
Yeah.
So once that kind of, I told you I could feel it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this isn't, we need to do something. So I reached back out and said,
Was that before or after his mom suggested inpatient therapy?
what was
When you said you felt it?
Oh, this is after. This is after her and I had that conversation. I said, you be the one to tell him that. He's not gonna take it from you. I said, I don't.
Did you reach out to anybody at that time?
No, I didn't read out professionally to anybody. I thought that, like, he'll go to his grandmother and he'll talk to her, not anything. So I
Do you
called
have a
her.
relationship with
Yeah,
her?
she was a school teacher for 4 years. And I'm like, hey, like, Jenny, you'll go with me. We're in church every Sunday. We go to Athens church every Sunday. I've been trying to get him to go with us. He went one time. So I shared that with his grandmother because she's just always been there for us, right?
So how long after his mom suggested inpatient therapy, was it before you went to school?
So she's been mentioning something like that since she got out. Okay. And then she came up here, I don't know, a couple, 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Hadn't seen the kids. I'm like, okay, come back up. I want to say, yeah, a couple weeks ago. So I said, come back up. We'll cook some dinner. I said, well, let you hang out and talk to the kids and figure out 1,000 things to say. I said, it went okay. And the day she was leaving, I went to work and, stuff. It's like, hey, said I'll take Lulu and, I said, just make sure folks see you on the bus. Apparently Colt and Mom had a huge fight. So they call at work. I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, he flipped, he's lost his mind, he's screaming at me, he's like, I don't even know what triggered all of that, And I'm like, let me get out of this meeting, I'll call you back. I said, I'm gonna sit right here, just give me a second. So I get through my meeting, call her up, I'm like, what is going on? I said, he's at school. She said, no, he was at the house. I said, I'm telling you, I texted him this morning, he said he was in school. And well, it turns out he wasn't. He was in the closet. And
How many times did that happen in 20 years?
just that once. That,
So he never told you he was at school before or went to school and you found out that he
yes,
wasn't?
that's the only time it's ever happened.
There's been roughly, 30 days of school?
Yeah.
No, I mean, 20 days of school, something.
Right.
And he's been full.
I gotta note that your break is accurate. Yes, sir. we'll take a break and,
All right. So I will be honest, I didn't hear much of that because I was trying to fix things. But what I did hear, I feel like most of it we had heard yesterday when this man testified to some of the questions being asked. But we did learn some new things too. So let me skip over the break. And it looks like they still are doing the interview. Okay.
thank you.
20 days of school, something.
Right.
And he's in 4 days.
Exactly, yeah.
So we come home and see him there.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, the first few days, like at school, like, okay, he's getting back into it, and it was just, his mom came up, how was school, everything's good. And it's just that little rift that they had about her and what she did and our family, and, you know, he knows we're just taking everything I have to keep us together, and
So he threatened his mom during that follow-up?
I don't know, like, threatened, I don't think so, it's just a bunch of name calling, and what he said when he called me was, she came down the hallway and, threatened him, and said something about, the way you're acting, I'm gonna talk to your daddy, and we're gonna have to take these guns and get them out of the house. I think that comment was made, what she said is, he flew off the bed.
I was worried about guns. Yeah, he made a comment about the inside of one of the guns?
Not around us.
But around other people?
No, I don't think that was the case. I think her dad,
Told you that?
yeah, no, nobody said that directly to me, so I would be speculating. I know her dad's a retired Marine. He's always like, you know, telling her, it was gonna be an issue, and
So she told you to take the guns out of the house?
you know, she said, hey, she went down in there and said, you need to get your shit straight, go to school, and we need to just get these guns put up, is what she said.
And what he said?
And that's when it went from bad to worse, and she said, she was going out of the bedroom, and he pushed her, and she hit the door of the wall and side of her head. And I'm like, okay, I'm on my way home, so. Got
You guys
home.
call law enforcement for that?
Nope, I didn't. She was, on her way home, her parents came up and got her, and, when I found out, he finally was like, I'm like, oh, I said, where are you? Because she's telling me he's there. I'm like arguing, no, like, I'm on the bus, everything's good, like, in my mind, that's where he's at. I'm like, no. And when I got home, I'm like, what's the deal? He said, I hid in the closet. And I'm like, why? He said, because Charlie, the grandfather, was coming up here to take her, and bring her back home. And he goes, I didn't want him going to our house, which he's not even supposed to be armed after we went on in our house. Him and I just have a,
You can't come pick her up?
oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, he
Why
was
did,
just in my house.
why do you think he was coming to the house?
Who, Cole? Oh, because he came in the house. And like, I would have never known that except for when Cole finally.
By the time you got home, watching your dad, all
Yeah, and her mom, they come up and got her.
So that's, how many times do you think Colt's put hands on you?
Those 2 times.
Okay, and you put his hands on his mom, how many times you put his hands on his mom?
That's kind of the worst with her.
It's kind of the worst, that's the first time or not?
Yeah, no, there's not like confrontational, it's more verbal.
So, did she ever say anything to you and ask you, hey, look, I'm concerned, hey, can you put guns up somewhere?
Yeah, so, I'm glad you got to this point because if somebody can get to my damn phone and go to my Amazon account, you'll see, and look at the date that I put that on the card. I'm not paying the money, I'm just paying for the bills. After all that, I like $150 gun safe with a digital hand code. I couldn't buy it that day, I had to pay 2 paychecks.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, wherever it was, that triggered me to go, okay, this is what's on.
You mentioned the gun safe, let's go back to where you keep your guns, you said you keep them on the top of the closet? Are they loaded, unloaded, or something else? Never, anything on top of them?
All my sweaters.
So your door, like, come into your closet, right?
It's like a shell.
Yeah.
All the way to the back.
Okay.
Nobody can
So your closet door, that you have a closet door you come in? Okay, does that have a lock on it? It doesn't have any lock? And like that old, something like that.
But,
Did you ever think of maybe putting a lock on the closet door?
well, really, nobody, like my little one, he didn't even know we had guns in the house. Because we,
They call it, only you have guns in the house?
yeah, he knew, we put him up there and no.
So he knew where they were at.
Mhm.
And he's been in there to put them on, after you clean them,
What I do,
whatever.
I take him, I set him up there.
But he's been in there with you.
He's watched me put him up there with the understanding of don't,
Just keep them unloaded. Where do you keep your ammo and magazines and all that good stuff?
empty magazines are on the right or in the shelf. I had
In the closet?
yeah, I had an ammo box, like
What does that box look like?
green, like old, like World War II.
Like canteen? Okay. How many magazines do you have?
We probably had maybe 6, 7, 8 of them, something like that.
And do you keep, ammunition in those magazines, keep them loaded?
Yeah, we keep one loaded, and, hell, half of the ones that are in there, we bought, like some surplus place, and they didn't even fit the rifle we bought for, so.
So you keep guns in top closet?
Yep.
And that's your AR,
That's right.
his AR?
Yeah.
And then as far as, what else do you have there?
In the closet.
That's it? Okay, you know, you have any handguns
I
in there?
have, not in there. I have a block that I carry with me.
You got a lot on you now?
now.
I was going to say that, but I mentioned that out there. Just want to make sure you can have
I
it.
don't know, I would never put that on there.
So, you have block, what block you have?
Block 43.
43, okay. Where do you carry it? Yeah. Where do you carry that at?
I put it in my book bag,
In your book bag?
yeah, for work,
Okay.
on my laptop, all my work stuff on there. We have, you'd be surprised what's happening on jobs.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. Do you have any other guns?
That's it, I've got,
So your ammunition, where's your ammunition kept now?
and I don't really have a whole lot of ammunition. What I did have was in that box.
In the gaming box?
Yeah, it's in that box, and then like all my miscellaneous crap.
So you keep the ammunition in like the box itself?
Yeah.
In like the paper box?
Correct. And all in boxes, like, and if you walk in our house, like, we're still not even unpacked from all our stuff.
And how often do you go there and check on where those rifles are at?
Uh,
You said you kind of had to put it over stuff. What do you have to put it over? Like
No,
pillow?
I know what's up there and all my big sweatshirts and all my Jordan stuff is right there, and I have it sitting like so outside out line.
Okay. But how often? You go in every day and you check, say, okay, both my guns are there?
I can tell by what her mom has done through the years going through my stuff. The way I have things stacked up there, I would know if
So
something.
you don't physically go out on every day?
I don't know.
And, have you ever let Cole keep the rifle in his room?
No, after Christmas, he was super excited about it, and I said, no clips, no nothing, I said, you can wind up in here, in his bedroom. And he's got his golf clubs and his guitars and everything.
How many guitars do you have?
2,
Just two. Okay.
well, actually 2.5 ones, kind of, here.
Yeah. So you let it keep it there, when did you stop letting it keep it in there?
There's no real set time or, like, not to have it in there, really, once we,
So he had a gun in his room?
no, not all the time. We would have it in there, we'd shoot, he had it in there after Christmas here and there, but the majority of the time, it was in my closet, not really out for anybody. Once Little Man and Jake moved in.
You ever come home and say you go in there, get it done, clean it, do something with it?
If he did, maybe 1 or 2 times, but it was always back, when I come home or whatever.
Would text you or call you and say, Dad, can I go get your gun?
Oh, when I came home, it only happened like a couple of times, and when I got home from work, he said, hey, I cleaned the gun, and he said, I put it back up there. I'm like, for what? He said, I just want to see if I can do it. Like, okay, like, well, don't do that until I'm here. He said, that's something, every time we get your gun, I have to see
You
it.
always do everything you tell him to?
Yeah, always.
You always.
Always. That's the thing. That's
When
like
you told him to go to school?
Yep.
He did go to school?
That's where it's like, okay, like I was telling you, I can feel like something's not, we need to get more people involved here. So, it's no way of knowing that this shit right is gonna happen.
So when did you first hear about his interest in school shooters?
So we are big, I don't know how we got into the president's race, but we go back and forth, him and I. And so I don't know if it was an interest in school shooters, like he never came to me and said, hey.
Yeah.
I told the investigators the other day, Jimmy brought in this flag and had this, I don't know what it was a guy with red hair, so I don't know if I could go wrong. It's a weird, funny flag. She bought it off of Amazon. I was looking like, what is that? I thought it was Weird Al Yankovic. And he's like, who's that one? Never mind. I'm like, that's the craziest flag I've ever seen. This is happening. Okay?
Who was it?
I have no idea. Yeah, they told me, but I can't. Some computer guy that does the videos and all that stuff. I don't know.
Okay.
Really, I didn't. And then the flag was gone, and when I went in and said, hey, what do you want for dinner? This was probably a week ago. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna fix some dinner, you want pizza, what do you wanna do? And I'm like, who's that? And he's really into music, like learn how to play guitars and all that. He looks I thought it was the guy from Green Day. Like, I'm like, oh, shit, that's that old man from Green Day that his son, I told you, has a band. He's like, no, that's not who that is. I'm like,
Who was it?
he never did tell me.
Okay.
He goes, you know who that is? I said, no, I said, I think it's that guy from Green Day. Like, whoever it is, just bad glasses, he had a more pair of eyeglasses on. And I laughed, he laughed, and that was that. So,
And thank you everyone for being here. Chat is not working for me. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. The one thing that does work though are emojis, but it's kind of hard to write a sentence in emojis. But I did see Narcos, thanks for being here. Anyone else who may have come in, apparently there's something going on between StreamYard and YouTube. Comments are not showing up. I've been trying to comment and only a few have gotten through. So don't think I'm ignoring you or I'm not here. I just can't comment. YouTube is kicking all of my comments back as spam within StreamYard.
Was just one picture?
yeah, just one picture.
How often do you go in the room?
I go in there almost every day. The door's open, he's on the computer, it's dark. Hell, there's no one place that I'm in because I'm trying to, do laundry, cook dinner, take out the trash, cut the grass.
So you go in there every night, some night, you go in there every morning, you go in there, like me or my wife, sometimes we go, I'll go in there and sit down and hang out with my kids, like stuff.
Yeah, so he does that, and I go in there,
There's just that one picture of lashes.
yeah, just that one right there, by the computer, that was on the wall. Yeah, and then.
Can I take a picture real quick?
Yeah. This is the guy. None of that was up there.
No, that was up there.
Yeah.
Just that one.
Yeah.
That's kind of a whole lot more. You know who this guy is?
No idea.
You have no idea who that is? Can you see what that says right there? Yeah, the Deadly Fall 17. No, that's a school shooter. His name is Nicholas Cruz.
That's the same guy. That's the same
Yeah,
guy.
same guy.
Okay. This is the only thing I can see.
We got pictures from his social media down here.
This is in his room?
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, I never saw any of that. There was one picture, that one, right there.
And you welcome up for the school.
Yeah, no, here's what I was gonna say. So when Jenny moved in, I said, hey, you're living with us. I'm gonna give you the master bedroom with private bath.
Right.
I'll sleep in the one bedroom with Bluetooth. So I can do that. So I had Colt set up on a couch out in the living room. And then when I saved up enough, I bought a queen size mattress and just bed frame, no box frame, and set it up in a laundry room, and kind of a big room, like I was gonna make my bedroom. So the goal was like, oh, your room is packed with all this stuff that you got going on, computers and, golf clubs, all this stuff. I said, you need to start getting better sleep, so I want you to make this your room back here, and sleep in the bed instead of the couch.
When did you make that transition?
Probably maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago. So he would be asleep in there. And literally there was no, like, if he's on his computer, like, I'm not going in there and chit chat with him. He'll go in there and lay down or come out on the couch, and that's usual. If we're talking about school or anything's going on, that's where he's at, like.
So he
He
never told you?
never told me who that was. He never did. He said, I can't believe you don't know who that is. I'm like, I said, no, it looks like a singer.
Would it surprise you if, Colt said something different?
Maybe. Why, what do you think?
So when I talked to Colt, he said that, he indicated that, you know, you came by and you asked him who that was on the wall.
That's right.
And, he explained to you, he said, hey, you don't know who that is.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, and you said, no, I don't. And he told you who it was Nicholas Cruz, and he was a school shooter. He said it's not that big of a deal.
And then I said, it looked like that singer, and he said Nicholas, that's what he said. He said it's no big deal, like, there was no,
So it is a big deal.
there was no, like, no, I'm telling you, there wasn't like, who is this? It wasn't like I went in there on a search. Yeah, no, it was just kind of like in passing, I didn't ask him or go, I told you what I said to him, I didn't know. He has brought up that school shooting stuff when it happened, and
What did you say about it?
really, he just, like, we had conversations about how somebody could do that, and me telling him, like, you know, you gotta be aware of people, you gotta be aware of your surroundings, like, the whole, to be honest with you, the push was, and I kept telling him, like, man, you would be great in law enforcement, because of what you see. One time,
What do you mean, what did you, give me an example?
like Fox News will show all that, you know, blurred out stuff right there, and, he's like, yeah, I'll look that up online, and I'm like, for what? He was like, because it could have been stopped, like, you showed me, like, how they got to the gay nightclub, how he got in there, you know, like, they should have stopped him right there, you know?
What was the gay night for you?
A couple years ago, I mean,
So if you kind of went into the true crime, like just looking up stuff,
well, I guess, like, as far as looking into it, I'm not,
did you ever tell you that you looked up to him?
no,
Yeah, okay.
no, that would not fly in my house.
How often, do you, like, go get his cell phone and go through it?
I just bought him a page ago cell phone, so I haven't never gone through it.
You know, when did you buy him a cell
I guess it was right before he was gonna start high school up here, seventh grade, so.
phone? Okay, so in Jefferson. So seventh grade,
I think it was Jefferson, right when we moved here, it was,
okay.
yeah, it was before.
So he's had a, let's say, you know, he's ninth grade, so 2 years, so he's had a phone for about 2 years.
Yeah, I didn't seem like it that
Do
long.
you know what kind of social media profiles he has?
No, because when we lived in Jefferson, one day, like, how y'all doing? We'll get dressed, go play golf. Two law enforcement from Jefferson guys like, is your son here? I'm like, yep. Like, he's in better get dressed, like, what's wrong? So I know you got all the information. Like, I didn't even know what that was when we started talking to him, like,
What did they say about it?
he said there has been something on his Discord, because you know what that is? I'm like, no idea.
Right.
He said, it's a chat room with a bunch of people, and your son, they would trace back the, I'm like, hold on. So we need to go get him. He's like, well, let me just tell you. So we traced back the IP because that threat was made for a school shooting. I'm like, we need to go get him now. Went back, got him, I'm like, you come out here, and whatever you do, do not lie. You tell these people exactly what they're asking right now. So I'm watching them asking about, he's like, hey, I was gaming, there was a bunch of people, and he wasn't even sure if he could tell me who or when the comment was made. He just swore to me that he did. About
What was the comment?
some about shooting up a school. That was the only thing that was said to me or
So
him.
seventh grade.
Yes, in Jefferson.
Yeah, we got him,
You know, two Jefferson law enforcement detectives and.
because the tip, well, so 2 Jefferson may have came out there,
Yeah.
but did you know the tip came from the FBI? From the FBI?
Yeah, I followed up with him, like, car, checking in with him, and he did tell, he said, hey, the FBI's involved. I'm like, oh, shit, okay. I said, well, as soon as I hear, or think I hear, I'm just gonna call you direct, so we can, you know, he said, if you hear back from me, then we need more information. We never heard anything. I called about a week later, he was like, no, you're good. He said, and he told Colt, he said, I do this every day, I can tell you the truth. Like, I know you are. So when they left, I'm like,
So that guy was using the line detector test?
right. And I said, you got to be aware of, like, so, like, if the chat boxes, I don't know anything about all that.
Yeah, yeah.
All I know is I told them is you don't get in these chat box rooms where you don't know who the hell is in there because this is what can happen. And I said,
He said you saw that comment, or I mean, he said no, denied it, yeah, Discord, but
he totally said no. He said, I don't even use Discord a whole
that
lot.
was after you gave the phone.
No,
That was before you
yeah,
gave it.
before I got
How much longer after that age did you give the phone?
I think the phone was like, once we got settled over here in Bethlehem as a carrot. I don't know.
I'm kind of confused. I want to go back and revisit that, because I asked you about the phone. You said that you think that it happened.
Yeah. I'm trying
Before
to,
seventh grade, when you got the phone.
I'm trying to put the timelines, there's so many things.
Seventh grade, or is it last year that he got the phone?
So, I'll have to go look and tell you exactly what I'm trying to think of where I went, what law.
Before we talk about the whole stuff, the FBI, he had a phone before that.
No, he didn't have a phone when we lived in Jefferson.
I mean, he didn't have a phone. He didn't have a phone when he lived over here in Bear Creek.
Bear Creek, no, that was little.
So he got a phone
And
after the FBI comes to your house and tells you about, or I'm sorry, I believe it was Jefferson, it's what they call TFO agent. It's like they can get Jefferson PD, they have a task force, and they work with the FBI. They explain that to you.
and gave us cards anyhow.
So after that Discord account, I'm assuming you believed,
Oh, yeah, because he shut everything down, there was no computers, anything like that, there was no, it literally scared him to the point where he's like, I don't want to be involved in anything like that. So now, and I'm telling you, if I was looking at his computer and he said he shut it down, I could not go in there and go, no, you didn't. I'm not going to protect that.
so you get the phone and.
The phone, I'm trying to think timing wise, was part of.
It's okay, we can look at it later.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's one thing to Bethlehem.
We only had it one phone, right?
That's it.
Right, so we can look at that phone, we found that phone.
Yeah. More of a, hey, we're gonna get through this together, you're a good boy. I'm gonna show you how to believe in you, that's how the phone showed up.
So, after that, he does get a phone.
Yeah.
No time, let's say he's had that phone, let's just say for argument's sake right now, and again, I'm not holding you to time, but he's had it for roughly a year. You think he had it when y'all moved here in October of last year?
No, he didn't have it, I don't know, I know it wasn't because I didn't have the money to do that, there's no way.
Okay,
I
so
didn't borrow money.
at least a few months.
Yes.
Okay, we'll say a few months, but you've never gone through his phone?
No.
Have you ever, we don't know what social media accounts he has. You know,
I was told none,
okay, who told you?
him, like, you don't have any of that, right? It's like, no.
When did you ask him that?
We constantly, because when Little Man's in the house and he's on his computer, I'm like, I just don't want, you got Facebook? No. Like, I don't know what other platforms are out there to ask other than Facebook, like, that's legit, like, you do anything like I.
Did you ever think about, after hearing about this board, about signing up on it, see what it was like?
No, sir.
Just check it out.
No, I didn't know that.
And then, have you ever gone through his computer? You ever looked on it, sit down, log?
And I know it's like horrible thing to say, I'm just not tech savvy to sit down and go through anything, you know, I know it sounds terrible, but that's the truth.
Where did he get his gaming computer from?
His grandson, yeah. And then he took it apart and he needed some kind of video card to get better graphics.
Who got that?
So on Amazon, I got him the game.
We got a gaming card. We noticed that when we went out there, he kind of taken that apart a little bit.
It's just everything is like that. You know, I'm like, his grandma bought one, I'm like, dropping you $500 for one of those towers and he like takes it totally apart. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I just bought, he's like, I'm just upgrading the fan overheats. Like,
How's he getting the parts to upgrade?
the only upgrade I know is like the gaming card I buy it off of Amazon.
You said he was upgrading the fan?
He knows I don't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes about these parts. I'm like, just, what's wrong? It overheats. When I play games or whatever, it overheats. I need a bigger fan and some kind of specialized, like,
Other than the graphics cards, you buying any other parts for the computer?
nothing to wear, like,
And you said you dropped $500 for a tower.
Yeah.
Would you buy another computer?
no. One that, like the tower he had, just was slow in body. He showed us, like, I can't game. I'm like, okay, what do you need? So he showed me online, like, this is the best in the boxes and everything still out.
So the one that grandma got wasn't really good.
It's better than the one I had. She upgraded him.
Okay, so you bought a tower.
Yeah.
And he said, look, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's good. He used it for a while. He didn't complain, and then he wanted more power and speed. He
So the
said,
grandma upgraded. I got contracting you.
Yeah. And all those parts and shit, that's what it looks like.
How often did you, have you ever had a reason, or did he ever give you a reason to go through his room, look, make sure he wasn't,
Nothing, never like,
because when we were kind of talking to Jenny, she made a consider request. And she mentioned he's like in his room all the time.
Yeah.
What's he doing in there?
he's on his computer
How often do you go check on him?
every day. I talk to him every day, dinner, go in there, he's gonna go to church with us, like we talk all day long.
What, when you try to get him out of his room, he'll put up a fight.
No, he doesn't put up a fight, but he just, come the weekends, I'm like midnight off in bed, so that's kind of our standing rule. But like I said, the last couple of weeks here, he's just been more on the defensive, I would say, more kind of like, anxiety filled, being short with me, being short with your brother. So, I just tell him like, look, instead of screaming, getting upset, I can't have little brother and Jenny seeing this. So when he would go to in his room, he would shut the door, and I would open the door like, are we good? And I could see Damon, like every time. That's what I would see.
So what does Jenny do when she's there?
Same thing. She helps do laundry, cook. She's a really good cook. She'll cook. She does her own laundry, and then she'll put out her room.
What do you do for fun house?
Like, games.
What do you do for fun house?
I'm at the house, not for fun. I'm there to cook, pay bills, do laundry, try to keep everybody
Don't sit down and watch TV.
motivated. We will here and there. We watch the Masters, some of the Olympics, but we're not.
If you're watching TV, what are you watching?
Probably the Weather Channel.
Really good. Why?
God, I can't believe that. Yeah, so, because it's like real. Like I have to plan around.
Everybody says that to you. You come to your house and like, what are you watching this weird stuff?
Like, if you call my sisters, any of them, like, what's your run watch?
Okay. Usually, you think you have any other hobbies other than?
We're deer hunting, outdoors, golf, like, just trying to get them in that.
Every time you go out, does Tulsa always go out with you?
He, 9 times out of 10, yeah, but now that Jimmy and little man are back, he's a little more reserved because,
And they've been back how long?
I would say, coming up on about 8 months now, maybe for Christmas. So I just need to look, but whenever you see that lieutenant guest visited me, that's when that came.
So kind of to go over a little bit with you, first I'd like to kind of discuss your thoughts in life.
What did he look like? What kind of shape was he? If you please tell me you're more scared.
Okay, well,
You want to touch?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. You paused it. I don't know what's happening now. There's no sound. It's the video, not me. So I'm not sure what is happening. Today is a complete cluster.
Inadmissible hearsay. Gray's interview with law enforcement is inadmissible hearsay. He cannot be cross-examined. It's inadmissible hearsay.
Okay, so it appears they had a sidebar possibly, because now the judge is talking to what appears to be the jury.
I want to instruct you in general. Colt Gray's interview with law enforcement is inadmissible hearsay. He cannot be cross-examined. It's inadmissible hearsay. It does not make it admissible when it's discussed in Colin Gray's interview. So a little while earlier, Investigator Smith said, well, Colt told me that he told you that was Nicholas Cruz, the school shooter. That's inadmissible hearsay. So understand, I want you to disregard that. It does not prove that Colt said that, okay? It's inadmissible hearsay. Do not consider that, all right? We're gonna get back up with, we've got a little while left.
You kind of mentioned that I do have a picture I'd like to show you. So I talked to him yesterday afternoon, all right? And this is what he looked like when I talked to him, okay? So that's a picture of him, okay? One thing that I noticed when I was sitting here talking to him, was that it looked like he had some cuts on his arm. And that's kind of one of the things I wanted to, have you seen those before? Yeah. Have you seen those before?
Yeah, I think these ones, this Cheryl.
Those aren't just, what caused this?
Him,
He was there.
yeah, and we talked about that.
How long ago did he do that?
It's been close to a year. It's been a long time. That's what he said.
I mean, well, he said he got himself.
Yeah, he has, and it's been a while. And like, when I saw those, it's
So
like,
he says, when I talked to him yesterday, I'm not gonna go, I can't go line by line by line yet, I haven't gone through it and looked at everything, but, just going off the
That's in a second. Part of the interview, Your Honor.
basically, he said that he suffered from depression for a while.
he has.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you tell me
Well,
that.
not a while. The depression is something that he's just come on with his mom, when his mom came back.
So just in February of this year.
Yeah, and they've had conversations, and, we're trying to drill down into what do you need?
What was he last one just here?
I guess when I went down there to get everybody.
Yeah, that's a good bit more than a year ago.
But yeah, the original.
Did you ask him like that?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm just upset. I took all his knives, he had a pot knife, I gave him for beer. And I took them all. I'm like, that's not what we do. I'm like, I don't understand. I'm like, what? He said, I'm just sitting here clicking with the knife thinking, and I'm like, but you did that on purpose.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
Why do you think somebody cut themselves?
I tried to just talk to him about that multiple times. He just said it was just something that happened. He would say it was just, he was upset and it happened. I can't, it's been a while. I can't remember exactly what he said and what I said back and forth about it. I just told him it's not a normal thing.
So now going back a little bit to revisit that earlier timeline when we talked about where he lived. You've been here in Barrow since October last year, correct?
And, I moved in June into Bethlehem.
Okay. Where did you live between Bethlehem and, because I thought when I talked to you both, you mentioned that he was here in Barrow. And that you guys moved back here in October last year.
When we came back, we were in Jefferson, and all that happened with the school. We waited for the summer to be there, and I broke that lease, and we moved into the house in June, beginning of June. That's when we did.
Beginning of June, yeah, this year.
Last year.
So you moved back here, you went to Jefferson.
Correct. I just drove back to Jefferson.
So when did they come in?
Jefferson to here.
Okay, because when I talked to you, you talked about you being in Jefferson for 7 to 8 months.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so they came to visit you in May in Jefferson. So maybe about a year in Jefferson.
Maybe.
Did you lease the house up there? You normally sign a year lease?
Year's lease, but I was a little short on that lease, but she was gracious.
Okay.
We were good. Hey, no one came here.
Okay, and then Fitzgerald, so let's say roughly June of last year, so at least a year and a half. You kind of had an idea that he was self-harming. Yeah, that's why people do that. They usually it's depression.
I mean, I think that this wasn't something, that happened and it wasn't like I had to worry about it happening if we had a disagreement. Like, it wasn't
You're worried enough to take it notch.
Well, when I first did, it's like, you did what?
Mhm.
And then as we kind of just went through, it's like, hey, we're good, you started back being normal, you know, day in, day out, doing our normal stuff, and it's like, you know, like, you only had a little pocket knife out. Okay, I didn't say like, here's your nice
Did
thing.
Colt ever come to you and tell you that you were suffering from mania?
No, this is what just came up, and with his mama, this is a hot one on the
Just roughly to you?
No, this just happened, like, this just happened. She was up here last week, whatever, like, here recently, last week, and
But Colt never told you you suffered from mania.
to me, never heard that.
Why do you think Colt said me?
I don't know why you would say that, but I'm gonna tell you where I heard it. Marcy comes up, or she's going home, one of the two, we start having a conversation about Cole. Like, when I got that kind of said to me, we were talking about counselors in school, and she's like, well, this is what he asked me, I'm like, okay, he said, she said, I was talking to him, he said, do you think I need to be, what is it? Do you think I need to be, or how do you get into anything about it?
When did he say that?
Here recently, to his mama, and she said that to me, and I'm like, what is that? So that's kind of like another thing where, like I'm telling you, I can feel something is off, like this is not getting better.
But for you, that all feeling's only been the past month or so.
Like we need to do something immediately, like, yeah, you know? And when, hell, I can think the other day we were talking about that, I'm like, why would you say that? I've never even heard him talk like that.
So I'm just kind of going back to remember some of the notes and stuff that I took with Colt, and he tells me that he told you that he was suffering from depression, and that he was suffering from mania, and that he was going to kill himself.
Yeah, no, that, seriously. No.
Yeah, I mean,
If that's the kind of stuff, we're in the truck and we're going to the hospital. And he knows that, he can't say that to him, he just stood there.
Judge, just to be consistent, we would ask for to give another limited instruction after that last statement.
So, again, ladies, in general, there are exceptions, but in general, things Colt has said to an investigator are hearsay. His statement that he's been considering killing himself or has mania is not offered to prove that that is in fact true. Does that satisfy or do you?
Yes, sir, that's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes. So we're gonna work through some things. Y'all are gonna go ahead and take a lunch break, so meeting starts at 1:30.
All right, so it appears they have to do some stuff. So they're giving the jury their lunch break. And thank you to everyone who's here. For those of you who don't know, StreamYard and YouTube are not syncing, and I am not able to comment anything, but emojis work. So I have been doing polls because the polls work and I can ask my question or make a statement and have you respond that way, but the chat is not working for me. So it sucks, but it is what it is. So it looks like they went a long time today. So we might have probably, let's see, how much was that? Probably another hour and a half-ish, give or take. I'm just gonna fast forward till the jury comes. Okay, so maybe the jury doesn't come right away. Ah, there we go. Okay.
He said it was in that thing. And I'm telling you, we went round and round. I was like, I need to know what he was.
And I'll pull the report from him. But basically, he was in a chat room, his son was in a chat room.
Correct.
Where they were talking about shooting at school.
Yep.
And then we have, him cutting himself.
Yep.
And
Well,
we have,
so the chat room is something that he, to this day, swears up and down, he didn't even know that was said. He just said it was a bunch of.
oh, he said something.
Okay, good. So I'm not red flagging that. Like, okay, well, you learned your lesson in a hammer for me.
I just know, what I try to do to help me better understand cases is I try to put myself in someone else's shoes.
Sure,
I have kids.
Yep.
And again, you just say I didn't work in law enforcement, so me as a regular dad, if the law enforcement comes, no matter who they are, law enforcement comes to my house and tells me that my son
Okay.
was in a room, they were talking about committing a school shooting.
Yep.
That's gonna be a giant red flag.
Oh, and it was.
No matter what my kid says, because kids can lie, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it was.
That's a huge red flag.
Yep. It was. And I talked to that officer.
I'm probably gonna, you're not gonna have fun, you're not gonna be on internet. Is that what happened to you?
It was done. No, nothing.
You think it's computer?
Yeah, we just, like,
Right, just like when you do the lines after you cut it, so.
everybody take a break.
Right.
And when you feel like coming back and being normal, let me know, we'll talk about all this.
Right.
Along those lines.
And then you kind of sprinkle in there his interest with true crime.
Yeah.
That you guys talk about, he has this innate ability, like, as a 13, 14-year-old man or child, he is looking at these news cameras or what's being printed on news, and they have blurred out images, but he is seeking to go find the graphic images.
I don't know about that, but he
Well, there's a blurred image, right, on Fox News, and then he went to go see the actual image.
yeah, and it was more like fear, don't have to worry about this in school. Like, no, if they've got officers there, like, no, like, no, you're not, this is just like that. That was I thought at the time was the interest, like, if that happened to us, like, no.
So when did you give his computer back to him? Because he was able to go look up all this about the school shooters and stuff. When did you give his computer back to him?
In Jefferson?
Yeah.
I have no idea when I get it back in, because that was towards the end of school, and then we started moving.
Okay. When did you buy him the computer?
I bought him a tower, I guess right before we left Jefferson, like just a gaming, low budget gaming tower.
Okay.
Like a GE40 or something, it was a big gaming computer. But never, let me be exceptionally clear, right now. Have he ever said anything to me about killing himself? There's not hell or high water gonna keep me from taking him to the hospital, right then, right. That's,
So let's kind of visit, let's unpack that. Did Miss Marcy and Miss Debbie come to you and talk about having him go to Athens Behavioral Health?
yeah, that's what we're working on.
That's what we're working on.
That's the kind of stuff.
What were you supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
Was I?
You or who was supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
I didn't know the appointment would have been there.
Well, I know you didn't have an appointment, but I think the reason that there was no appointment made is because they said on Saturdays, you didn't need to make an appointment because it's not a busy day.
I didn't talk to anybody there. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying you did.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know
But
anything
did you talk
about
to
that.
Marcy
About
and Debbie about taking him to Athens and having him, you never had a conversation with them
Not
about
about Athens.
where?
I mean, not about going. The only person we talked about was school and getting that third party counseling for him. That was our conversation.
Because when, in their interview with Ms. Debbie and Mr. Marcy, they both indicated that this past Saturday, that the Colt was supposed to be taken.
That's the first time I've heard that.
No, you
Never
never,
heard that before.
never heard that before.
Never.
Why do you think that would be said?
Because that's what I told you, we were trying to get help for him, like, so he's like, it's not normal for the way he's not wanting to go to school, and he's just been through a lot with his mom. Like he's voiced, like he's having trouble, he's telling me he's having trouble, it's just a lot.
Do you think it would have been a bad idea to take him or a good idea to take him?
I didn't even know, it would be a great idea. That's what we're trying to do, is decide as a family if we want to check him in somewhere and we like admit him, or just get.
And that was, I remember you saying that Marcy first had the idea of taking him in somewhere months ago. When you pushed her and you came home.
No, that was just like last week.
Okay. What was the incident you were telling me about? That's what
That's all I talked about with him.
Last week or-
Yeah, when dad came up here and all that, it's that kind of stuff that he went through down there living with them that kind of.
Did Marcy ever ask you to take him out of the house? I'll put them up or hide them
No,
somewhere.
yeah, we've always been like that, like our guns have always been.
But what did Marcy ask you about guns? What did she say to you?
She just said after the confrontation she had with Colt was like, you just need to put them up or get rid of them. And I said, okay.
Did you put them up or get rid of them?
They're up. And I didn't, my thought was, is I'm having a conversation with Colt about all this. And
Did you have a conversation with them about it?
yeah, like he told me exactly what happened, that his mama kind of it was a different story than what she said. And she kind of came charging in there, calling my MFer and got in his face and was like, okay, that's what happened. I'm like, okay. But this happened thing, I was not swearing out of where he was supposed to go, like for Christ's sake, I would have taken him there. That would have been great. But no, that was never, nobody ever said there is a set appointment for him anywhere. So we've all been
Right,
right.
yeah, I mean, there wasn't an appointment made, no.
I mean, like, all my insurance, I would have to know about it. Nobody ever said, hey, go. Like, we're set up to bring, like, I didn't know that they talked to Athens, like.
Okay. So tell me about Jenny. How is Jenny? Like, they're really close, right?
They're close, she was super quiet.
She is?
Yep, real reserved and,
Is she a pretty cheerful kid?
yeah, she's good, she is.
Have you ever taught her a lot more?
Jenny, nothing major that I can think
What's she
of.
like about?
I'm saying, no. I can't think of anything like
Have
major.
you ever taught Colton a lot?
I'm sure I have. I can't,
Can't think of anything off the top of your head?
no. Like, I'm a lot of my process here, and these questions are like, I don't know, like, I don't know.
No.
Like, I don't know when I bought that tower, it was like around Christmas or something.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not looking for anything.
Yeah,
I know you don't carry around receipts, but these are questions that we got to figure out, we got to find out.
Yeah, I get it.
Because a lot of people want answers
I
to these
know.
questions.
I do too.
Yeah.
You know, like, I do too.
So these are some things that, you kind of need to be thinking about. But we did talk with Jenny today. And, she did very well, today. And when we talked to her, and she's very close to her brother, she goes in his room and they play video games together, so on and so forth. One of the things that she stated, was that, was the Colt kept his arm instantly.
It's not all the time, though.
Okay, so how often?
Like, there was never an inkling or a thought of anything like this ever happening. That's not like,
Well, there was an inkling.
well, I mean,
There, you know,
not really for him. For him, this was our escape out into the wilderness kind of thing. That's all this was. Like, if we were getting guns down to clean them or stove or something like that, it was purely range or deer hunting. That's what this was. I thought, but now not, so.
fair enough. She mentioned that over the past couple of days that he had been kind of clean, his gun a lot. Did you see anything? But you don't know when he had it done, when he did that. You couldn't say when he did that.
He's never just had a gun, like in his room. That's not the rule. That's not, if they're in the bedroom, if he, like that old lady.
Whatever, you're better, you're better.
And my bedroom, when I told me, I heard him that. Now, this was a couple days ago. I'll look and see that little laser thing came down and he had it down. We were messing with the scope and all that, just purely what we have been doing leading up to this. This was not in my training, obviously.
Yeah.
So, as far as cleaning it, I never saw, like, we don't really have a whole lot to clean and done with.
No.
So, and he knows not to do that shit in front of me, and it's not, like, that's not a toy.
But, so I guess the reason I'm kind of drilling down on it is I'm trying to figure out how often he had the gun, how much access he had to the gun.
Yeah, I mean, there was.
So it sounds like, I mean, if you weren't home, because he does not get on school at 3 or 4 days, I think it's over here. He could have gone in there and one of those days he got it.
Well, it was a trust kind of thing, it's the reason we bought it, because we shall, like, trust.
You trust it.
Like, I mean, it's like, you check the boxes, doing everything you need to do.
What boxes did you check?
Just staying calm, get back in school, like, being committed to get back in school, like, just everything he said he was gonna do, and then when the mess shit happened.
I guess, Colin, I have a different understanding of checking the boxes. Yeah, he made the commitment to go back to school.
Yes.
When he didn't go to school, he went 4 days.
Well, this year, he went 4 days. The conversation that you don't and not know about is, could he go to school?
Mhm.
And that's where we're kind of like at with this whole
When he
thing.
didn't go to school.
Can he go to school and just say he's gonna go to school and do what he's supposed to do, and not worry about all the kids and the bullying and all the, like
Who was bullying?
in Jefferson,
Okay, but not here.
not here. No, when he came back here,
He
he
did
was,
online school for a period of time too, right? How long did he?
I don't know, man, like, he went through all of online until, I don't know, towards the end of this year, and then his grandmother said that we were gonna just try to get him enrolled back in school, and if it didn't work, that, I was looking at sending him to different places for school, like a military school, and there was just, this was his chance to get back into school and have some normalcy, not worry about all of that. He got so far behind. I felt like he was like gonna be picked on and looked at because he was so far behind. And he never was just a go-getter out being like the crap. He just, he just would be by himself and
What did
not
you,
want any crap started.
what have you heard, as far as the actual case? Have you been listening to the news, and been told about how many people were injured, or?
I came home, the TV was on, I got home, and I saw the overhead of the football field. I shut the TV off. And then talking to my family, so the news was calling everybody in my family, and I'm talking to them, and they're telling me what all was happening and how many people.
What did the news say to you?
They just wanted in the house,
They wanted what else?
my house. They want to interview me and want to talk to me and like tell me the house property. So they went on.
What did the news say about the injured and the deceased?
Nobody. I never had that conversation. I'm not gonna have that conversation with the news media. Just put it off the property.
Well, law enforcement.
I haven't talked to them since everybody left the house. You're it.
So I'm gonna share with you the warrants that were taken. So right now, he has, I've taken 4 warrants for his arrest. Okay, and they are, and this is preliminary because we're still processing evidence. So going over the evidence. There are 4 warrants for his arrest for the offense of felony murder. As an adult.
It has to be. It has to be.
What do you say it has to be?
A lot of damage done. Like, this isn't just what.
So there were 4 people who lost their lives. So and I'm gonna give you the picture, kind of talking to everybody, kind of what happened that morning, to the best of my ability. All right, from what was told to me, this is kind of what I've been able to develop so far. So Colt says that he made this decision to bring this rifle to school.
How do you get on a bus and in school? Like, I don't understand that.
Well, he took some steps to do that, right? So he puts the rifle in his book bag. And not only does he put the rifle in his book bag, he goes and he takes poster board and he wraps the top of the rifle sticking out of the book bag in poster board. And then he takes on top of that and puts some kind of hat over the top of the top of the poster board. And he told everyone that it was a project.
The poster was a Happy Mother's Day poster that I had them made.
How did you know that?
Because it was in his room, like it was our thing to try to help her.
So he wraps this up in poster board. And he gets on the bus. He tells everybody, there's a project. He goes to class. He tells them it's a project. And then he goes to the second period class where he makes the decision to go into the bathroom and, in his words, to get ready. And that's what that meant. And he stated that he had formulated this plan and then his initial plan was to bring a hat. And the initial plan was he has an airsoft vest, is that correct? He was nowhere his airsoft vest, but he opted not to, and he forgot his hat, but he brought with him some gloves. He said the reason that he brought gloves was to distance himself from the rifle. So what? Distance himself with rifle, does that mean anything to you?
I don't know what that means.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any kind of mental disorders whatsoever?
No.
Never have?
No, sir.
Never gave you any inkling that you had a mental disorder?
No, sir, I'm telling you, the only time I heard those words about what he told.
Right.
What was it? Mania, whatever, was a sanitile, and that's where I'm like, he's gotta go. Like, we have to make this happen right now, something's wrong.
When and when was that?
That was just the other day, his mama told me that, like, okay, we've gotta make this happen.
When she came over and questioned you? Okay. And when you guys talked about when that happened, it was nothing about his past act?
No,
Okay.
no,
So he goes down, he opens up fire, and he strikes four individuals, and four of the individuals that he shoots and he hits. They pass from the injuries that they sustained. Two of them, Colin, were children.
I know it's like, why in the hell would he do this?
Two of them were staff. There are other people that are injured. At least one of the injured was listed at one time in critical condition. I don't know the extent of their injuries. I'm not spoken to them yet. Like I said, there's a large number of investigators and law enforcement that's involved in this investigation. So it takes time for us to get, so I don't have all the answers for it right now. But there was a number of other people that were hit.
Like the worst. You have to believe me when I tell you, I never, ever, in 1,000 years, would ever think this would happen with him. Ever.
Well, that's what he's under arrest for. And we talked to Jenny today,
Oh,
and Jenny saw him before he left for work. Or left for school, down on the bus. She gets on the bus after that, correct?
yeah.
This is the picture Jenny drew for us of his backpack. His backpack, open, poster board, and roll of paper. She even put the J on here for Jenny's work.
I just bought it. I looked at it.
Jenny is very talented. She's a very talented artist, and she's a very smart young lady.
She's the whole reason
She's no reason you're left.
that I am committed to do whatever I have to get my kids a good life. They can not the road because of all that shit with their mama and all the shit they saw and had to deal with.
Right. So when they went through all that stuff with her mom and all that stuff they had to deal with, did you ever then think about getting into counseling or anything? You did? Really good.
We didn't form a involuntary counselor. They talked with defect counselors multiple times. And to the point where I was talking to Jane like, hey,
DFAC counselors or DFAC workers?
both, they were both involved. And Fitzgerald. And she, that everything that I do, or, hope your brother, your sister watching, you're a role model.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was any constant frustration, it was like that, like blame everything on his mama for what she put us through and just kind of, like, I know it's tough, but we got to push forward. We have to keep doing the right thing. And Jenny and little Colin, man, I'm telling you, they were those two kids I know for me. It's like, okay, I know I'm a good dad. I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to get Colt into the right people. I've only got so much money, so much time, like, but you're right, she's gifted, and Will Cole is too, and they don't deserve any of this. Like, we were sitting there on the floor last night, like, I'm scared, I'm scared too. And she's like, is my life ruined? I'm like, no, your life is not ruined. I said, we will get through this, I will be here for you.
What have you told Jenny about this case?
The only thing I said to her was, don't get on social media, which I know she has. And I asked her, I said, did you look at any of this?
What social media accounts does she have?
I don't know. I don't think she has any. But she does. She doesn't like no Facebook, nothing like that. But I told her today, I said, she started texting, oh, y'all got my phone. When he said that last thing to me the other day, I left work and was texting him repeatedly, like, call me, like, something's wrong. I knew something was wrong. And when I got to her.
Did you call 911 and figure out something was wrong?
It all happened like bang, 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 talked to Jenny and she said, we're in lockdown. As soon as she said we're in lockdown, I started getting off the roof of the building I was on, like, I gotta go. And then I was just trying to contact him, her, him, his mama, grandmother, just, we gotta go get the kids. Like, I gotta get home, something's wrong, I don't know. And, Marcy's like, I got a bad feeling about this. And I'm like, I do too. I'm like, I pray God, you know, I don't know.
Well, one of the things that Jenny said in her interview, and I want to bring up some notes for that. I took, that she indicates that there's a lot more arguing going on than the kind of, what you have shared with us. The arguments are pretty frequent.
Arguing, yeah.
And,
But-
you know, and yelling at you, and she told us about the incident where he chased her into his room. She said it scared her.
It scared me.
Yeah, and that you and her have talked multiple times about getting him help. Going back for a while.
I'm gonna put a while, you're asking time frames, I'm sorry, I can just snap off of what these time frames are, but yes, they're like, there was no like blind eye here, we're trying, like, once I got this new job, what I was waiting on was my insurance to kick in, and that finally just kicked in, that was, we've been talking like, as soon as
When did the insurance just get in?
a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, maybe I don't know, I don't know the exact date, because it all happened. I was waiting to get him into like if it had to be clinical, I started going down the list. I had to reach out to a psychologist in Bethlehem, like, do you take my insurance? Yes. Here's kind of the backstory I got with Cole, was talking about that, and then.
Has Colt kind of, I'm trying to do the argument, has he ever told you that he hated you during an argument?
Yeah.
Has he ever told you that he wanted to hurt you?
He's always
Threatened to hurt you?
not like, more like, what are you gonna do about it kind of stuff. And what I chose to do is just to leave him alone. And
Jenny described seeing him kick you, punch you, hit you,
that was the second time,
and that was how long ago?
probably a month and a half ago, before he started back to school.
Yeah.
And that's when I pulled in every,
Did you ever throw anything?
say, hey, to the screwdriver at me.
What did they say to you before he did that?
I didn't hear him say anything to me at all, but, when I picked up the screwdriver, I probably should have said, you're going, I need to call the law.
So Jenny knew that he had a lot of social media accounts, he actually had a lot of them, and he was creating, even creating money. When you're talking to Jenny, did she ever say that to you?
She never told me, and like, I'm all about, social media, so
Help me understand how the conversations with Jenny would go. When,
we wouldn't sit down and just sit there and have a long conversation about Cole. I mean, that's not, it was more about just, hey, we're giving him help, insurance kicks in, he's going, like, I'm trying to just see it coming and be neutral, and, I feel like he's gonna get that way, then we'll go to the park, and he'll calm down, and he'll give me a call and say, hey, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper, blah, blah, blah. That's typically how it would go. But it was a lot of back and forth about his mom, and, what really started the whole thing of her coming back, he asked, he said, do you ever think that we'll be back together as a family and we can get mama some help? And I'm like, yeah. I said, I'm not doing that or bringing her back into our lives until everybody is ready to do that. He actually was the one that was like, yeah, let's try to get her some help. And, I don't want her to end up alone. And we had that conversation, we stand out in the backyard, and I'm like, okay.
you didn't want to do it.
He didn't want his mom to end up alone. And I said, well, I respect that. I said, so let's work on what it takes to get her back here, and us as a family as a whole. The mission was to keep our family together, all of us, and just turn the page and try to start over normal.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're going to do something. Hang on a second.
For the record, Your Honor, investigator stepping out of the room or fast forwarding until he comes back.
I'm sorry, man, I had to go to like 4 different spots, and none of my people were in anybody's office. Yeah, we're on the line. One of the other things that, you know, kind of, in talking to, the other investigator, I mentioned that Marcy, before that she had conversations about him being obsessed with school shooters. And even that was a, focus on the mission, whether he was obsessed with it.
I don't know about obsession. He shared with her that one that I was telling you about. That's the only case that we really talked about that day.
Yeah.
So, like in my mind, like, no, like I'm literally like having long conversations with him. And even in my notes I got right here, I'm like, this happened, behavioral thing, like, nobody ever said that to me. Like, that is false, that's wrong, nobody, or we would've been there, like, for real. But as far as that, him and her, ever since all that went down with all that damn mess and her getting locked up here and threatening to, she threatened to kill Cole and all that, you know, so that's where, when that happened, and her mother told him that, she had never done that, like, she agrees, but looking back hindsight, right? Once that statement was made, that's where the relationship between him and his mother was broken right there. So what was said back and forth, I don't know how much to take in stock into that, because he just was like washing hands with his mama, like there's no, like he wouldn't care if she walked up and drove like a key, basically. He couldn't get over that she had made that statement. Like that was a big, well, the way I understand it, she said the same thing about me too. But, you know,
He knew that she was talking about putting him in
no, this was her, he said that about, she said that about killing her son and me. That's what I'm talking about. And when her mom told him that, I was like, that just broke it with him. So it was just trying to give everybody space at first, her to take care of all her issues, let everybody calm down too. Us doing the right thing. And then me telling him, like, she's not gonna kill
So
you.
you mentioned your own notes or anything. I've asked you questions for a couple hours now. Is there something you want to ask me?
I just only thing I wanna ask you is what I'm taking back here, I'm listening, and it's like, you're doing your job, I get it. The way I feel like I'm being portrayed is like just a, hey, who gives a shit kind of dad, that's not.
Why do you feel like you're being portrayed like that?
Just because I know, like, it looks with what had happened, for me to tell you, it was an agreement, by God, we never had this weapon in our house. Like, we had a long conversation with Cole, but it had never been there, ever. And it was just like, look, I'm blood, I was just like, these are again, how we go in the woods and get through all this. I was just sitting here thinking, we sitting there telling me I threw them up in my closet, and they were up and out of reach and out of sight, like, that, it just comes across in this camera film, I guess, like, I should have done more, yeah, and I'm like,
Do you feel like you should have done more?
well, as soon as I felt like something was different, like with him, that's immediate when I was like, I need to buy this gun case, and if he continues to kind of not be who he said he was
When
going
did
to
you buy the gun case?
I had to sit in my car, and I couldn't afford it.
What was the catalyst for that? I remember you telling me about that.
I was just saying that I could just him going back to school.
Was that after Marcy told you to put the guns up?
No, this was after him and her had that big old thing.
There was a red flag that went off for you, like, hey, I need to lock this down.
Well, there was okay, until we can give him some help and everybody calm, I just need to do the right thing and just get him put up or out of the house, like either way. Like, and that was known, that was coming. I had to pay $74 for sweet pie. So it's still sitting around in my cart, for $134.
And that was after the incident last week with
With
him?
Marcy,
Okay.
him and his mom. So
And you
really,
came up last week.
yeah, and really I was debating like this week, like, well, if he goes to school, then I may just come home and take everything up to Mike and just tell him to hold on to it for a while, just until I can make sure everybody's like,
Why did you do that last week?
God, this is not on the radar. Him and his mother have gone.
Well, like something, again, was the school shooting itself on your radar?
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, you're saying it's not on your radar. But something was on your radar because you put a gun safe in your Amazon account.
That was after Marcy and him had that argument.
And you even said, I should go put these guns up. I have the thoughts to take them to Mike's gun room. Why did you not?
I didn't take them light because I didn't know if he would take them. And so I
Why
thought,
did you not take them to, lock them up in the car?
she said the same thing, but I work out of my truck. It's completely full of tools. And I can't, like, I'm in charge of the job. I can't roll up there and have guns in my vehicle.
Do you have any family around?
No, I've got a sister who lives in Woodstock.
Who you're talking, did you call her and ask her if she'd be willing to,
We don't really talk.
you know, talk?
In my family. But I was just like, I don't, I mean, literally, if
Do you, let me ask you a question, and this may be a hard pill to swallow. Do you think if you had got rid of those guns, it would be here right now?
I don't know that because I'm finding out things about him I didn't even know what were happening.
Right.
Like, so I can't answer that. Like, I'm just taken back by a lot of things on here.
Okay. I think that's about all the questions I have for you.
I'm so sorry. I don't even.
Yeah, I think you are. Go ahead and set that stuff down for me. We turn around and talk back.
Is that the point where you placed him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I asked you before. What time of day did you start this interview?
I believe it was later in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, give or take.
Okay. There was a timestamp on there. Do you think
The
that's
timestamp
accurate?
would be more accurate than my memory, yes, sir.
Okay, I saw it. Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Investigator Smith.
Afternoon.
I have a few questions, not a ton. If I ask a question that is ambiguous, just let me know and I'll try and clarify, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this interview with Colin Gray was done is the same day that the interview with Jenny Gray was done at the Treehouse. Is
Yes,
that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for timing purposes,
Mhm.
sounds like interview at the Treehouse was done first,
Correct.
and then you would have attended that interview.
I did.
Okay. Mr. Gray was at that interview.
Yes, sir.
Now he wasn't in the interview, was he?
No, sir.
And subsequent to that interview, did you request Mr. Gray to meet you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which he did, obviously, and you ended up having a statement with him.
That's correct.
All right. And are you, just from my understanding,
Mhm.
are you the lead investigator on the case, or where do you kind of slot in the hierarchy?
So I was assigned the lead investigator for the Barrow County Sheriff's Office portion of this investigation, but this was a multi-jurisdictional investigation.
Yes.
I believe for the GBI, it was Special Agent Nick Johnson that was the
Okay.
lead agent.
And did you, so I'm going to ask you some questions about some different parts of the case.
Mhm.
And if it is not something that you were part of, just let me know.
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure what your responsibilities would have carried over into. Typically, if you're a lead investigator, you would be familiar with all the cases, the aspects of the case, but with a multi-jurisdictional, that's probably not true, is it?
Some, it just depends on what you're going to ask me.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me just get started. All right, so a search was done on Mr. Gray's home. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that search at all?
I was told that his residence was searched, and I was told about some things that were located in that search.
Okay, gotcha. So you mentioned in your interview with Colin Gray that a computer was at the home in Colt's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that the computer was or had been taken apart.
Correct.
Was the hard drive intact?
That would be a better question for the GBI.
Okay, gotcha. So as far as you know, the computer was taken apart, but you're not sure what the condition of the hard drive was.
Correct. I just knew that it was taken apart.
Okay. And there were some, let's see, there was a green box, which was described as where some ammunition was kept.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that green box?
I'm familiar with what Colin told me about that green box.
Okay. So you don't know from your investigation what type of ammunition would have been, what type of caliber ammunition would have been found in the box?
So,
Okay.
again, that'd be a better question for the GBI.
Yes, sir. And I believe there was a trash can located at the residence where there were some empty boxes that cartridges had been in. Are you familiar with that part of it at all?
No, sir. I did not attend
Okay.
the search warrant at Colin Gray's residence.
No problem. Just wanted to check.
Mhm.
Thank you. You got into a lot during that interview, and a lot of it was some historical information about the family and where they had lived and things like that.
Yes, sir.
One of the issues you talked about, and we saw a photograph, is of some cutting incidents regarding Colt Gray.
Correct.
And those would have happened in Fitzgerald, Georgia. Is that your understanding?
According to what Colin Gray said, yes.
Okay. And do you have any information that would contradict that they happened in Fitzgerald?
No, sir.
And do you have information in terms of what year that would have occurred in?
I don't.
That's okay.
Again, Colin Gray, I believe he said it was a previous year.
Okay. And the previous year, So Colt had just started ninth grade in September of 2024,
That's correct.
roughly within a month or so.
Correct.
Okay. And then eighth grade, we skip past eighth grade, we go to seventh grade. That would have been at, was it Jefferson Middle School, if you recall?
Again, that would be a better question for those that investigated his actual.
That's okay. And I appreciate it. Just let me know if I'm covering stuff that wouldn't have been part of your responsibilities. Okay. And during your interview, Colin indicated that he found out about these cutting episodes.
He did.
And he replied that in response to them, he removed the knives from Colt's ability to use them. You also brought up the allegations from May, I believe it was May of 2023, regarding an FBI tip about some statements made on Discord regarding the school shooting.
Correct.
Those statements, it seems like we're in a chat room. Is that correct? Well,
Correct.
to your knowledge.
Yes, sir. It was in a Discord chat room.
In a Discord chat room.
Yes, sir.
And it's possible that that chat room was accessed by use of a computer.
Correct.
And there would have been an IP address, most likely, that put it back to a certain address, which is how the FBI investigates those types of tips.
Yes, sir.
And you asked Colin Gray what happened to the computer after he found out about these allegations.
Yes, sir.
And he said when he found out, he removed the computers or he took the computers. Is that correct?
Kind of. So
Okay.
Colin, he said two things in the interview, if you kind of listen to it. The first thing that he says is that he took the computer and they were gone.
Right.
And then he also states during that interview that he shut it down and made sure that Colt wasn't accessing any type of online chat rooms anymore.
Okay.
So he says both. So I'm not sure
Right.
which one he actually meant.
Okay. All right. Now, there were some conversations about Marcy and her role in the family and some of the consequences that some of the allegations regarding her drug use took on the family.
Correct.
And that wouldn't have been a part of the case that you would have investigated, obviously,
As far as
whether or not she had addiction issues or what the effect on the family was, or was it?
I was told about the substance abuse issues within the family, both Marcy's and Colin's. Yes.
Okay. And from the interview, it sounds like, well, Colin told you that Marcy's addiction had taken a toll on Colt.
Correct.
And that there had been what sounds like trauma involved when Marcy was around Colt. Trauma to Colt.
Trauma in the form of.
Let me ask that question better. Okay. It sounds like Marcy's addiction had a negative impact on Colt.
Yes.
Okay. And Marcy had come up to stay with Colt and Colin and Winder in approximately mid-August, late July. What's your understanding? of
My
when she
understanding,
came
it
up?
was about a month prior to this incident, and
Okay.
she stayed for a couple of weeks. So
Right.
she would have left, 2 or 3 weeks before this incident.
Okay.
Was my understanding from that interview.
Just right, and that's all I'm asking for is
Right.
exactly what. So we're talking about the same thing. So in that time period, Marcy is staying at Colin's house with the kids. They're all
Correct.
staying at the same residence.
Yeah, Marcy, Colin, they're all together.
Okay. And we heard that there was this altercation or argument between Colt and Marcy.
Correct.
And there were, well, it sounds like Colin was not home when this altercation occurred.
Correct.
And Colin said he heard different stories about what actually had happened. Is that correct?
Yeah,
He had heard one version from Marcy and he had heard another version from Colt.
that is correct.
Okay. And he talked a lot about trying to instill a relationship of trust between he and his son, Colt.
Yes.
And as part of the trust, well, as part of the trust building, it sounds like his explanation for not removing the guns, as Marcy had asked, was because he was in fact listening to both sides, figuring out what exactly had happened.
That would not be my interpretation of it.
Okay. Now, after this altercation with Marcy, Marcy left the home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the home went back to what it had been in terms of the residents being Colin Colt, Jenny, and Colby.
Correct.
Little Colby.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you just a couple quick questions about Jenny's interview.
Okay.
So you were at Treehouse when the interview happened.
Yes, sir.
You were able to observe the interview in its
I was.
entirety.
Yes, sir.
Was the interview videotaped?
It was.
And did you have a chance to review the videotape?
I have.
Was it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would like to play that interview. I can either, depending on how cooperative you all will be, I can either look it up on my computer or.
First, how's it, are you marking it?
It's defense exhibit 1, Judge. My understanding from the court floor, I put it on a hard drive, so I'll do that and mark it as defense exhibit 1.
What's the state of an objection? Hang All right, defendant one's admitted. And if you need access on your side, you need to switch to computer.
Yes, sir.
You need to switch to you.
Judge, we do want to point out, obviously, this interview is going to have Jenny's face in it. So I think maybe we need to proceed.
So you're not with WSB, right? You're A&F. So WSB said they had it's a kill switch to not record what's on the TV. Are you familiar with that? Because the interview has the face of the minor here, we will make sure the kill switch is activated so you're not recording the images that will be on the screen. You can have audio, but no video, same for any other media. Recording or photographing the images of the minor for broadcasting or dissemination.
I believe we're ready.
All right. So I'm gonna, you want me to go live for the TV?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, wait, now it's, on my end it appears ready.
So.
You plugged into a computer over there, is that right?
Yes, sir. You guys just got the HDMI.
I'm gonna get it all breaking in.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take a restroom break.
All right, so it looks like they're going to take a break. And so this is going to be Jenny, or Colt's younger sister's interview with investigators. So this should be interesting to me because yesterday we found out that she claimed that her father told her what to say and what not to say. And then the defense came back and proved that Jenny had lied about that. So this is going to be, I think this is the last thing. Yes, this is the last thing that we'll hear today. And thank you for those of you who are here. I am not able to chat, but I am able to use emojis, and I've been using polls to kind of have a discussion with you indirectly.
That's acceptable.
All right, y'all ready for him?
Yes, Judge.
I'll have to say for the record, I did nothing to help.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you tell me your name is Jenny, is that right? Do you remember what my name is? No, that's okay. My name's Elizabeth. When we're talking today, if you don't know something and you don't remember, I would want you to guess. So just like you just told me you didn't know, that's perfectly fine, okay? When I talk, I like to kind of doodle with drawing stuff sometimes and take notes. You don't have to, but if you want to, you're absolutely welcome to, okay? And then when I write stuff down, if you see me writing things down, it's just because I want to make sure I remember it the right way, okay? So it's not like, oh, she doesn't be right, something wrong, she's crazy. I just don't trust my brain for things all the time. The other thing I wanted to let you know is this room looks obviously a little different. When you see these things right here, these are cameras and microphones, and that's just because, like we were talking about a second ago, it's important to me that I remember things the right way, the way they happen. And so when I record them, nobody can say that you said something that you didn't say, or that I said something I didn't say, and I can remember it just like it happened, okay? Does that make sense? So Jenny, can you spell your name for me? How old are you? 13. And did anybody tell you kind of about coming here today or what my job is? Yes. Who talked to you about that? Your dad, what's dad's name? Colby. And what did dad explain to you about coming here or about my job? He basically just said that interview with children and stuff. So interview can sound kind of like a scary word. Like, you know, my job is really just to listen, okay? So I might ask you some questions today, but you can ask me any questions that you have, and I promise to be honest with you. Can you promise to be honest with me when we're talking today? And if I ask you a question, Jenny, and you don't think you can be honest with me, I understand that. All I ask is that you tell me that that's not my job is to interview kids. That can be, like I said, kind of true, but I will ask some questions that my biggest job is just to listen, okay? So, and because we talked about how the room looks different, but also sometimes how we talk in here is different than just a normal conversation too. And so that's because I like to understand lots of details. And so I might ask you to tell me all about something from like the very beginning to the very end. You know what I mean? So tell me, like, what's one of your favorite things to do? What's something that you really enjoy? You like listening to music. So if I were to say, like, Jenny, when you listen to music, what's the very first thing you do? And tell me all about how you listen to music.
Well, first thing I do is just pull up a song that I like and then just either do something while I listen to it.
And when you say that you pull up a song, how do you do that?
I just go on the YouTube and Spotify.
And what do you use to pull up the song? Okay. And what do you search on?
So YouTube and Spotify.
See, and then I'm gonna do that was a silly question. I can do a better job. Do you look up Spotify and stuff? Do you look up on a phone, on a tablet, on a computer, or something? On a phone. And tell me about the phone that you use to look at them. Okay. And whose phone is that? Your phone. And so I might ask questions like that. So like it might sound like I'm asking all sorts of stuff that maybe I should know or things like that. But it's important to me that you know that I'm gonna get little bits of information before I meet with people, because it's important to me that I get the information from the actual person, okay? So sometimes I'll have questions and people will think I'm really dumb, and I should probably already know the answer to that. But I'm not asking because I'm trying to get like in your business or because I'm gonna think anything bad or different. I just like to get the information from the person who has seen or heard or experienced something. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, Denny, tell me a little bit about like who you live with.
My dad and my two brothers.
Okay, so you told me dad's name is Coley, is that right? And like I said, if I did something wrong today, please tell me that I got it wrong, okay? It's not a problem, you can correct me for anything that I get wrong, okay? And so dad is Coley, and you said your two brothers, what are their names?
My older brother's name is Cole, and my younger brother's name is Cole.
Okay. And so you said your older brother is Cole, how old is Cole? 14. And then your younger brother is Colby, how old is he? Okay. And so, and where do you guys live at?
We live we don't like living in a neighborhood.
Okay. Do you know like what the name of that road is?
Yeah.
Harrison Hill Road. And so you guys live there. And tell me some stuff about dad. Like, tell me about that. What's he like? What are things you like about dad? Things like that.
He's really like happy and energetic and like comfy and stuff.
Okay. And are there things about dad that like you don't like or you wish were a little bit different? Not really. And then tell me about Colt. What's he like?
He's like kind of like squishy sometimes. Okay. Sometimes he can be really and chill, and then sometimes he can just like really closed off.
Okay. And so when he's happy and chill, what does that look like?
He usually just playing games with me and like me and not being bored and stuff.
When you guys play games, what kind of games do you play?
Just like Minecraft and stuff.
So like video game type stuff? Okay. And when you play Minecraft, is that on like how do y'all play Minecraft?
He uses his phone. I use my PlayStation, I use it, he uses his phone.
Okay. And so like do y'all play like sometimes you play Minecraft like you only talk to people like you know on there, and then other times you play Minecraft you can play with people from all over the world. How do you guys do it?
We like he made like a server for us.
Okay.
Like we can like play together, we go around different like
Okay. Well that sounds smart. Do you know how to make servers and stuff? No, how did you learn how to do that?
It's probably somewhere like settings or something.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. So he made a server on his PC, did you say? And then you guys can play together through that. Is there other stuff that you guys can do, like with the servers and stuff like that?
We just build stuff. That's like kind of all the things like.
Okay. Now you say build stuff. Tell me what that means.
Like structures and like playing the game.
Like in Minecraft, you build stuff. Got it. Thank you for helping me understand that. And so, but then you said sometimes he can be switchy. And so sometimes he's happy and chill, and other times he's closed off. Help me understand what that looks like.
Like when he's like closed off, he's usually like always in his room and not really talking much. And then sometimes he can be like really like annoying and like
okay. When you guys play like Minecraft together, where do you play that at? Okay, so you guys aren't even in the same room. Where do you play from? You play from your room, and where does he play from? His room. And then you said, but when he's like closed off, he stays in his room. Tell me what that's like.
Well, like we can still like go in and like talk to him and stuff. He's just like, usually like stays in and like talk much.
Okay. You can still go in there, just it sounds like maybe he doesn't respond like he normally would. Does that sound right?
Well, he responds like listening, but it's just like kind of brief.
Okay, thank you. And Jenny, I might ask you some more about that, in a little bit, but I want to learn more about the rest of your family too, okay? And so tell me about Coley. What's Coley like?
He's kind of the same as my dad. He's really like energetic and happy all the time.
Okay.
But sometimes he doesn't really understand what's really like going on around him and stuff.
Can you give me some examples of that?
Like, he's like yellow, obviously, and so like with like major stuff that's kind of happening, he just like doesn't really pay attention to it.
Okay. Are there some examples of stuff that has happened that have been like major things that he doesn't like kind of get what's going on?
Kind of like moving houses and stuff.
Okay. Tell me about moving houses.
We've been to like a lot of houses with like switching back and forth, and like now we're kind of like settled into a place.
Okay. Tell me how to understand how come you switched back, you said, between a lot of houses. Can you tell me about that?
Sometimes it's like with financial struggles,
Yeah.
Others it's just like with the community and stuff.
Okay. So when you switch back and forth between houses, is it always the same people that live in the houses?
Sometimes my mom comes and lives with us, but most of the time like now she can.
Okay. What is mom's name?
Marcy.
But you said right now mom doesn't live with you guys? Okay. Do you still talk to mom and see mom? Okay. Where does mom live at?
She kind of like, it's between my house and my grandma's house.
Okay. And when you say your house, see, this is my right step, and I already forgot what road you said you lived on. Can you tell me that again? Here's the middle. When you say that mom lives between your house and grandma's house,
No, she's like switches back and forth.
okay.
Like she lives in one house and she lives in the next one.
Okay, so does she ever live in the area of your house? Okay. And when was the last time that mom lived with you?
Like, obviously, or just like,
Both. Okay, you can both.
well, she was out here like a month or two ago.
Okay. And when she was up here like a month or two ago, did she stay like in the house with you guys? And where does she stay in the house when she's there? Okay. And then when she doesn't stay there, where does she go?
She used to like at the house or like in a different part of the house.
Like when she's not living at the house where you're at, where will she live?
She usually lives at my grandma's house.
Okay. And where's grandma's house at? In Fitzgerald, okay. And so, when mom was here a month or two ago, how long did she live with you then?
There's a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks. And how would you describe, like, how is it like when mom and dad and all of you guys live together? What's it like in the house?
It was pretty like frustrating because everyone had like a really big house. But it was pretty like a fun time.
Okay. I think sometimes when I talk to boys and girls and they talk about like different people moving in and out of the house, that sometimes it can be good, and then sometimes it makes people not get along or have troubles and stuff like that. Does that ever happen in your house?
So,
Can you tell me about that?
like, if my mom, she's kind of cold, but like not like that big. But, she, like, sometimes she can be kind of like annoying with her things.
Okay. And when you say like annoying and pestering, that can mean a lot of different things. Can you tell me about what that looks like when they're being annoying or pestering?
Usually just like being like overbearing and not like listening.
Okay.
What she tells me to.
Okay. Jenny, do people ever, in your house, do they ever like get in fights? And sometimes when we talk to boys and girls about fights, it can be fights with words, it can be fights with like hands where they get hit or kicked or punches or choked. It can be where people fight, but like they don't talk at all, like they just stay silent. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways that can look. Do people in your house ever fight?
Like most of the time it's just like arguments and stuff.
Okay.
Sometimes it can get physical.
Okay. And when people have arguments, who has the arguments in your house?
So it's like with my dad, my brother, and my mom, and my brother.
Okay. And which brother? Is it different brothers or it's always cool? Can you give me some examples of fights or arguments that have happened between dad and Colt?
It's usually when he's like in one of those moods and he like tries to instigate stuff.
And who tries to instigate Colt? And what are some things that Colt will do to instigate those things?
Like he like doesn't please my dad and almost always like in his room and like being like mean and stuff.
And can you help me understand like maybe some examples of times that you've seen Colt be mean, like what he's saying or doing, things that you have seen or heard?
He's usually just saying how like, you know, like he's like sure of himself and how he like hates his dad and stuff.
Okay. And What kind of things does Colt mean when he said like his life was a struggle?
In the past, he says like, oh, like multiple schools that he's been to, he's been in trouble with.
Okay. And have you ever seen people bullying Colt? Okay. And what are the things that you've heard?
He had to be transferred out of the school because he was like getting bullied by the school from other people. My dad tried to talk to the school, but they were like too late.
Okay. Do you know what school that was?
It's the one I'm going to.
Okay. And so, he had been bullied there and dad tried to talk to them, but it didn't feel like anybody did anything. Did I get that right? Okay. Are there other examples that Colt has given of his life being a struggle?
Like sometimes when he's like really frustrated about stuff, he usually just like gets like angry and stuff, like does some stuff.
He said that he yelled out that and please correct me if I get this wrong, that he yelled out that he hates your dad or his dad. Is that right? Has he ever yelled out any other things to them?
No, because that's when they don't know you can just go on and kind of have an
So he does yell other things, you just remove yourself from the situation so you don't know what those things were. Has Colt, when he's upset, has he ever threatened to like hurt dad or do anything like that? Can you tell me about that?
like I don't really know what I'm saying.
And I'm not trying to, it's important to me, Jimmy, that you understand, I know I'm asking a lot of really hard questions, okay? And it's important to me that you know that I know that I'm asking questions about your family, okay? And I'm not here to place judgment on you or your brothers, either one of them, or your mom or your dad, okay? I just want to understand. And so I have to ask a lot of questions so that it helps me understand. And because you live there, I can understand it better when I talk to you, okay? But I want you to know it's not because I'm trying to judge them or make me think different about you or your family or anything like that, okay? But I do know that I'm asking some really hard questions, okay? And I do have Kleenex, okay? And it is absolutely okay in this room if you can say any words that you want to say. There's no words that are not loud or anything in here. If you get frustrated or sad or anything like that, that's okay, okay? It won't make me think different, and I promise I can handle it, okay? So I just want you to know I understand that I'm asking tough questions, okay? But you were saying that there are times that Colt has threatened dad. Can you tell me about one of those times?
Well, it's mostly times where it's just like, not like, you know, where it's like a really big one that like escalates and stuff.
Okay, so it's not one of those just kind of like yelling arguments, but it's the ones that are more serious than that. Can you tell me about some of those?
And usually when I start because he's like very like fascinated with my computer stuff.
Okay.
And it's usually like, oh, like asking for something with his computer and you know, like that just says like, no, we have to watch my email. He usually gets like frustrated.
Okay, and then when he gets frustrated, what happens next?
He usually just does that and then he like goes to his room.
Okay, and the times that it's been where he's threatened dad, what are some of the things that he's threatened dad, like he's threatened to do to dad?
He just says like very stuff, not like detailed things, so like he like hurt him or like he wants to fight him.
Okay, and then he said hurt, he said fight, has he ever said like kill, or I don't want you to be my dad, or something like that?
No, it usually gets into that when he's like not around.
Okay. Have there been times, well, I understand because you said it, there has, but I understand there are times where it has become physical. Can you tell me about the last time that it was physical?
It started when like Cole was doing some things with like his thing, and he was like hitting him, and like he kept on like kicking my ass and stuff. He said like, come on, fight me. And when he did like start like punching and stuff, my dad was like trying to like hold him off, he was doing college and stuff.
Okay. When, I know time is tricky, so like, I don't expect you to be like, oh, it was this specific day, but when was the last time that you saw them get physical?
Like a month ago, maybe like a couple of weeks.
Okay, so today is, not a reasonable second, it's September, the beginning of September. Would it have been, September's been a couple of days, would it have been September, or do you think it would have been August, like, is it since school has been in?
No.
So it was like before school started?
Yeah, it was like 4 hours.
And so they were kicking and stuff like that, and you said dad would like hold them. Help me understand what like their bodies would look like when dad would hold them.
Like he would either like put Brad in arms around him and like try to like get him to stop, or like if they were like falling out or something, he would like try to like stand on the floor, try to get him like on
understand, like, you're in a tough spot, okay? But were there ever times that dad would be so frustrated or so angry or whatever that he would start the stuff with Colt? No? Okay. Were there ever times that dad had to like hit or kick or choke Colt during one of those physical things? No, not that I see. Okay. Were there ever times that Colt, you told me about the time that he kicked, was there ever a time that Colt would like hit or choke or use something besides his hands with that?
Yeah, he, like, usually just, like, punches and stuff, and then when he, like, finally gets him to calm down, he tries to, like, throw something at him.
Okay. What, can you describe for me what you think the worst fight that you've seen between your dad and Colt would be?
I can't really recall. It's like, there's, like, stages between, like, each fight.
Okay. So it's still like happen and then there'll be some time and something else will happen, is that sound right? And so they had a fight maybe a month ago, like before school started. And how did that end? What made that stop?
Like, it, like branched out and stuff, like, it grew, and, like, well, not, like, grew looking back, but, like, my dad was, like, probably, like, getting to calm down or something, that's fine. And usually when he calms down, he goes into his room, and, when he comes back out, he usually falls.
Okay. Have there been times that dad and Coley have ever like fought? What about have there been times that you've seen like dad and mom fight?
They never get physical, they just have, like,
Okay, but they'll argue. I understand you said that Colt was really obsessed with computers, because that's the word that you said. And I know that he'd build them and that he would ask dad for stuff that dad would say, like, we're gonna watch money for some things. Were there things that Colt would do with his computer or on his computer that dad was okay with?
He usually never tells my dad anything that he does on his computer. But he does know, like, really, like, wash sheet about, like, his privacy and stuff.
Help me understand what that looks like.
So, like, he usually just uses, like, accounts and stuff, and he usually just, like, deletes accounts after, like, a week or two.
Okay. And was that stuff that like Colt would talk to you about that he would do? Tell me about like some of those conversations.
Well, sometimes he, like, makes an account on, like, some email or something, and, like, a week later, he says, oh, I deleted my account, I guess that is.
Okay. And I would say just pretend like I'm real done with this stuff, but also I'm real done with this stuff. You may have to like really walk me through some of it, okay? And so the games, I know you guys were playing Minecraft. Where else, like, did he have, I know that he can make servers, and there's a lot of different like platforms and stuff that people would use those servers on. What were some of the platforms that Colt would use his accounts on?
He is, like, all over the place, like, most, like, the things that I see are usually just, like, websites, like, Tumblr and YouTube and Twitch and stuff.
Okay, so Tumblr, YouTube, Twitch,
And, like, Pinterest.
Pinterest. What would he do, like, so most people use Pinterest, like, for, like, I'm gonna decorate, or I'm gonna have a recipe. What would Colt use it for?
He's never really shown me, like, things on Pinterest, but I've seen, like, stuff on it. So I think he didn't have any intention to, like, show me, but I, like, saw it.
Right, that's what little sisters do, right?
And he just makes boards of, like, inspiration and, like, vibes and stuff.
What were some things that would be like, inspirational Colt?
People that he looks up to, and, like those things and stuff.
Okay, who are some of the people that would be like on his Pinterest board?
Like, past school shooters.
Okay, and how would you know that they were past school shooters? Okay, can you help me understand, how, so, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, okay, so please tell me if I say something wrong. So you said that those were people that he looked up to.
Yeah, like, interested in stuff.
How did he become interested in them?
I think it's like stuff on, like, mental issues, because of all the moving around all the time, and all the bullying and stuff, it kind of, like, hurt him.
Okay, did he talk to you about that?
No, she just, like, talks to me about, other stuff.
Tell me what he would talk to you, when he would talk to you about the school shooters. Tell me, like, what those conversations would look like.
He would honestly just talk to me about, like, them, and, like, he would act as if I, like, knew who they were and stuff. I mean, he told me, like, who they were, stuff I know, but he, like, acted as if I'm, like, interested in them.
And like other people would just, like, it was city, I think it was just like common knowledge that everybody, like,
Like, normal.
no, okay. And then, was that stuff that you talked to like your dad about and all? I understand, well, tell me about, I know you said you could go in cold for him, like even when he was feeling shut down, you could still go in there, he just might not like talk the same way and stuff. And he made the Pinterest board about, the people that he looked up to and stuff. Were there things in his room that were similar to that?
Yeah, he, prints out like photos of them, like articles and stuff, and I put it out.
Okay, and I know you would go in there, would Coley go in there sometimes?
He usually never goes in there, I don't know what he does.
And what about Dad?
Yeah, I go in there, but he like doesn't look that nice, so he doesn't know what to do.
And so you talked to me about Pinterest. Tell me about his YouTube stuff.
He doesn't really post anything, he just watches.
Okay. Do you know what, and when you said he would change accounts, would he change his account names on those things regularly too, or just like in Minecraft and stuff like that?
I assume like,
Okay. I think I know why he would change his stuff a lot, but why do you think it is? Because I don't know.
because he was like very like scared, I wouldn't say like scared, but like kind of like nervous with like police and that, you know, and so he's really like kind of like eerie about it.
And when you say that, help me understand what that meant to him when he would be like eerie about it.
He would like try to avoid anything that was like connected to them, and he was trying to like, he was like, you know, try his best to hide himself.
Okay, did he think that people from like Afghanistan were like looking for him, or he just wanted to make sure that they didn't know?
I don't really know, but I would assume that he's just been on it.
Okay. Do you know what some of the account names that like he would use were?
It's just usually a bunch of clusters and numbers and letters and stuff.
Okay, so nothing like any particular words or versions
I
of
mean,
words.
sometimes he does, but most of the time it's just like,
When he would use words, what kind of words would he use?
it's like random words that he gets suggested.
Okay. And what kind of stuff would you watch on YouTube?
He usually watches YouTubers, but he also watches like, you know, court videos and like, you know, like footage of like other people.
And what kind of other people's stuff?
You know, people who are just.
And then tell me a little bit about Twitch.
He just watches live streams.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry, I'm putting questions that are kind of repetitive, but would it be like live streams of like people they look up to or different stuff?
Just different stuff.
Okay. What about, did he ever use like Discord or what would he use on Discord?
He usually just talks to me on Discord.
Okay.
But Discord is one of the things where he like changes his username and stuff like crazy.
Okay. Do you know what his most recent Discord name is that he would talk to you with? Do you have like, could you look it up? Like, do you have a way that you could from where like last time you guys talked on it?
I either think he got shut down or just like close to him.
Okay. You mentioned that he used like a PC. What else did he use? Like, did he have a cell phone or other devices?
He had a cell phone, he had an Xbox, other versions.
Okay. And he would communicate on all of those things with stuff?
He was usually communicating on his computer and his phone.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, I know some people would use the Xbox to communicate. Did he ever do that or just use that not as much?
Yeah, well, we don't communicate on it because we have different consoles.
Okay. Would he use the Xbox to talk to other people business stuff?
I don't think so.
Okay. Are there any other platforms besides like Discord or anything else that he would use?
Not that I know of.
So we talked a good bit about how he looked up to some of these people and they were inspirational and he thought that it was normal, you know, to have all of this information. Did he ever talk to other people in person besides you about those things?
He just talked to me about it.
What about like online? Were there other people that were like friends with him online that he would,
I think so.
tell me about that.
He usually goes like, he like, will say stuff about, you know, like people on like Reddit and stuff.
Okay.
And sometimes he like finds people and he like friends them on like Discord and stuff.
And they would talk about that same stuff. And so we've talked a good bit about like knowing that those were some people that he looked up to. Did he ever talk to you? Well, let me back up real quick. How much do you understand about how come we're here today?
I know it's crazy.
Can you help me understand what you know before we kind of talk about the other stuff?
I know that he was like the morning before it happened, I knew he was acting kind of like different.
So I know a lot happens, so sometimes when a lot of things happen, days, like, time feel even more tricky than normal. So today is Thursday, yesterday was Wednesday. When you say the morning before, do you mean Wednesday morning or like a different morning?
Yesterday.
Okay, so yesterday's morning, he was acting different. Can you tell me, like, what made you feel like he was acting different?
He was acting like, well, his bus comes before mine.
Okay.
So I was up, on my console and stuff, and he was like talking to me, and he said like stuff about how I should make a video for you, like, in memory or something. He never told me about like what he was memory about. Like he said like you should make a video of like memories and stuff.
Okay. And how can that seem weird or different?
Because he usually like never about that kind of stuff.
Okay. And so was there anything else that seemed different or off?
When he was like walking out the door and like going to the left, his book bag was like open and he had like a piece of paper, like this big one. He said he had a project that he was turning into, like wrapped in a circle.
Okay. And so tell me about, like, what kind of book bag does he have?
He had the change for it.
Okay. And do you know what color or whatever it was? It was black. And so you said that the top of the gym sport was open?
Yeah, it was like,
And that there was, what was sticking out of it?
like a big piece of paper like used for projects and stuff.
Okay. Do you know what color the paper was? It was white. And tell me about something that was in a circle?
Yeah, it was like wrapped in a circle.
Okay. And was it like, so sometimes, when we see like paper at a wrapped in a circle, it can be wrapped like this, and it's still open at the top. Was it like that, or was it like closed up or something?
It was wrapped in a circle.
So, was it like this?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything sticking out of the top?
It looked like a seat, okay, like the light to it.
Okay. And that was normal or not normal for him?
That wasn't good.
But he said that it was a project. Did he tell you anything else about the project?
But I went out of my room and when I saw him, I walked out the door and like asked him about it, so like I wanted to see it, and I was already out the door.
Okay. And then did you talk to him or see him or text him or anything else after he walked out the door? Have you heard anything from him since he walked out that door yesterday?
No.
And then I know you said that he would talk to you sometimes about stuff, and I know sometimes when we talk to people and we don't know things that may happen later, but then when we look back on stuff, we feel like, well, now I can see maybe what they were talking about or what, does that make sense to you? Now that it's today, we know kind of everything that happened, can you look back, are there ever times that he talked about doing what happened yesterday or wrote about yesterday or planned about yesterday that you can think back on email?
Like before, he just talked normally. Like, I don't like going like his like books or anything, so I don't know if he like planned it or just talked about it.
Okay. But there was nothing else that, like, kind of looking back now where you're like, I wonder if that's what he was talking about, or I saw something, a picture or a text or a notebook or something, and I wonder if that's what that was about or anything like that.
When we would text with each other, he usually like saying like images of the people he looked up to and stuff, and like we like to about it.
Okay. And were there memes where it was like, they shouldn't have done that, or memes where like, he thinks they should have done it or something different?
I don't really know. When it comes to everything, I mean, it's not really specific.
Okay. And I understand that you say like dad would go in the room and dad would see all of the same pictures that you saw, but that you don't know, like, Colt and dad, like, talked about those things.
So I know.
Okay. But is there any time that dad has ever been worried about Colt's behaviors or about him liking those people?
He doesn't know who the people were until the police officer told him.
Okay.
That's like my brother, he wasn't necessarily like talking about that stuff around him.
Were there ever times that, like, Colt was around guns or was not allowed to be around guns or something like that?
He wasn't allowed to be around guns because we, my dad and him, they usually went to like the shooting range or something.
Okay.
But, like recently, my dad's been trying to like get like a gun safe in the house.
Okay, is there a gun safe in the house? When was the last, like, how often was shooting something that dad and Colt like to do together?
Well, I guess like every weekend or
Okay, but was that like, you know, like sometimes with our parents, like we have certain things that are like our thing, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this is kind of like their thing. That was their thing they like to do together. And when they would go shoot, like, I already did the range, like, where would they go shoot at?
I don't really know the location. I'm not sure my dad does.
Okay. Did you ever go when they would do that? I went once. You went once. And then they went more than, like, they went sometimes that you didn't go, is that right? Okay. Do you know when the last time they went was?
It definitely wasn't this month or in August.
Okay, so it was, I don't want you to guess, so if you don't know, it's okay if I don't know. But to your knowledge, did they go like during the summer then, some?
Yeah, I think so. It like, if it were like during like a school month or something, they would just go on the weekend.
Okay, okay. What kind of guns did Colt, like, and your dad like to shoot together?
I don't really know like the specific names of the guns. I know they're like big.
Like there's a long guns or like handguns?
No long.
Okay. And did Colt like have guns that like, so sometimes, and like I said, he said he's 14, so it's not like he's a little kid, you know, would he be allowed to keep guns in his room and stuff like that?
Yeah, he usually keeps them in his closet or they clean up his closet.
Okay. And that was okay with that, like that knew that he had them there and that was okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So was there ever a time that dad was like, no, Colt, you can't have the guns?
Most of the time when he gets like mad and stuff, he never usually like grabs the guns or anything.
Okay.
Like so he keeps them like using it, he's like really mad and wants to start it.
Okay. And has there ever been a time that dad, like, would have conversations with like you or Colby about Colt?
Like privately, like down.
Okay, tell me about some of those conversations.
We like talked about how we were concerned with his like behavior and stuff.
Okay. When was the last time that you and dad had like a private conversation about being worried about him?
Like probably like 4 hours.
Okay. And where were you at when you had that conversation?
We usually just go to the bar, like either in my room or outside.
Okay. And help me understand what you guys talked about the last time before this happened.
So we talked about how he has probably anger issues and how we're going to help him get a therapist or counseling.
Did anybody ever get him a therapist or counseling?
They were close, but they were kind of funny.
Okay. You told me about how Colt would be like, sometimes would fight with dad. Did Colt ever, like fight with you or Colby? Were there ever times where like he would be rougher with you guys though than like you wish he would have been?
Yeah, like sometimes, well, he's not really rough with my little brother, he's just like touching him and stuff. But with me, when he gets like mad and stuff, I usually swat my door.
Okay.
And he usually just like makes fun of stuff.
And so sometimes like people talk to me about like it started off okay, but then like it got taken too far.
Yeah.
Were there times where like that would happen with how he would treat you?
Well, like maybe when it like gets too far, it usually goes to like him breaking something or like putting a hole in something or something.
Okay. How many times do you think he's put a hole in, like, underneath the door, ever put a hole in the wall?
Yeah.
How many times do you think he's put holes in something when you go against that?
He always put like one hole in the wall, I think, and he put like 3 in my door.
And were those all 3 happened at one time or different times?
Different times.
How come he would, so it seems like you said that you would lock the door, and then all 3 times were those times he was trying to get into your room that he put the holes in it? What would he be so upset about?
Like sometimes we just have like petty arguments that like change and stuff, and it just like gets bigger than it should be.
Right.
And then like, that's basically it, but like sometimes we have like actual arguments about stuff, and it like just.
Was there ever a time that like he would like put a hole in the door or whatever that you were afraid that it made you feel uncomfortable or afraid? Can you tell me about that?
Well, I usually just like, when he's like banging on the door or something, just like climbing on the edge or something. And I usually just put like earbuds in so I can tune it out.
Okay. And then has there ever been a time that you shut and locked the door that he was able to get in?
Not that I know of. I tried to pick the lock with like a little knife that he has.
Okay. Has there ever been a time, because I know we talked about, I know we have the guns, the death that people have to have those. Did anyone know he had like the knife?
Yeah, everyone usually knows he has a pocket knife.
Okay. And we talked about like him and dad would get into a fight, and sometimes he would try to get fights with you. Did he ever try to fight mom?
usually when stuff like that happens, it's like both of them, like,
And you said that, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Dad talked to you about being like nervous or whatever it was, and that maybe he needed a counselor.
Yeah.
How many times do you think you guys had conversations where Dad said that he was either worried about Colt or that he, like, let me ask that two parts. How many times do you think you and Dad talked about being nervous about Colt?
It's usually like most of the time like after arguments and stuff.
Okay. And so it sounds like when you say it's usually that it was multiple times that happened. How many times did Dad talk about that Colt needed a counselor?
At first, like when they first started like arguments like that, he didn't really talk about it, but then he like.
And I know you, okay, I don't want to assume. You said the last time you and Dad talked about him being worried was right before this happened. What had happened then that made you guys talk about it?
It wasn't like the day like right before it, it was like a couple like weeks back.
Okay. Was there something that happened that made you and Dad talk about it?
It was just like a word argument.
Okay. Who had the word argument? And has Dad talked about like trying to get a counselor for him one time or more than one time? More than one time. I know you said that Colt used to go to the school you're at now. When he was going to that school, did Dad ever talk about him needing a counselor?
No, because I like came up to live with him like the day after he like left the school.
Okay.
But like when he's at school, he's usually just like quiet.
Okay. Was there anything else when you and Dad talked about that he thought like maybe getting a counselor would help or things like that? Were there other like kind of steps or ideas that Dad had that might be able to help Colt?
He definitely wanted to try to get him on some medication.
Okay. Was he able to get a doctor appointment for him? How many times did Dad talk about the medication? One time or more than one time?
More than one time.
When Colt would talk to you about looking up to the people that he looked up to, was there ever a time where like you or anyone else would tell him like not to look up to them or something like that?
I tried to disagree about it, like saying like, okay, those are kind of people I wouldn't really like invest in that kind of stuff. But I usually like try to keep my distance because I don't really like anything.
And then how would you respond if you would try to say those things?
He was just laugh at them. Or like
Did Dad ever tell him like not to do those things?
he never did.
And then, can you help me understand like what yesterday was like for you up until like today? Because I imagine that there's been a lot of talks and a lot of stuff like that. Can you kind of help me understand what's been talked about and like kind of what all you've been a part of?
My dad, when he like talking about it, he said that he was shocked. And like kind of like angry that he did this. But honestly, in like my perspective, I kind of saw it coming.
Okay. Help me understand the things that you saw that made you say like I could have seen it coming.
When he left, on the left, opened the bag, like weird attitude he was acting like, and like when he went to get on the bus and like looked out, I went to his room and I said to go to him.
Okay. Did Dad see him take his book bag and stuff at school?
No, he leaves before though.
Okay. And so, are there things like, in hindsight, right, like when we look back, are there ways that you think like Dad or any of the teachers or anybody could have also seen this coming?
I felt like not like immediately, but I felt the school could notice something about, something like this.
Okay. What kinds of things do you think they could have done?
Like, I was surprised when like he was able to get on the bus because I would have thought when my bus driver would like see, because this was that or something.
What about Dad? What do you think Dad could have seen?
He is kind of like oblivious to every like all the idolizing people and like thinking about kind of, but they never talked about it.
I'm asking a really hard question, okay? And I know like nothing that happened yesterday is something that you did, okay? And so I want you to know that. But did you know that that was a gun in his book bag that he left yesterday?
I felt like it was the other, I didn't see it.
And how did he get that? Was that a gun that, like, how did he get the gun that he had yesterday?
My dad bought it for him.
Okay. When did dad buy that gun for him?
I don't know.
Has it been since you've lived there that that, was it like a gift for him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and has it been since you've lived there that that gift was a gift? And, how has dad and Layden since this all happened?
He's still kind of confused about what's all happening.
Okay.
My dad, he's been kind of struggling, and, you know, like, he's been like strong about it. Like, he said that he could like believe, like, he did this kind of thing.
Okay.
And that he like went to, like, the other happened.
Okay, and what about, have you talked to mom any since all this happened?
Yeah, my grandma said,
Okay, tell me about what are they saying, or how are they feeling?
they didn't really talk to me about it, because they were feeling like all over the place and stuff.
Okay.
But I could tell that they were sad.
Okay. And so a lot of times when I talk to people about stuff that happens in their house, we talk about like fights, like you and I have talked about. But then we also, you mentioned that dad had talked about getting some medication for colds. So one of the other things that I talk to people about is like drugs, alcohol, and like medication stuff. Do you know when I say those things, what those things mean to you? Did anyone in your house ever drink alcohol? Mom would. And what kind of alcohol does mom drink?
My dad usually doesn't like alcohol in the house, but like, she would usually drink like whiskey or like beers and stuff.
Okay. And then when I say drugs, what do drugs mean to you?
Like,
Okay. And then did anyone in your house ever use drugs or take drugs?
my mom did.
Your mom did? Okay. What would mom do?
She usually, as far as I know about it, she would usually just, you know, like that.
Okay. And is that a thing that you ever saw mom do, or you just knew that that was the thing that was happening?
I knew what that was, and like, I like knew it like 100%, I didn't see her ever like actually doing it.
And what would be the things that would make you know 100%?
She would have like small ash tabs on her arms and legs and her face and stuff.
Okay. And so you told me with the drugs are illegal substances, but sometimes people take medicine too, like from a doctor. But it can also, sometimes people take just what they're supposed to take, other times people can take too much. Does that make sense? Is there anyone in your house that ever takes medicine?
Yeah, my mom does.
Mom does. What kind of medicine does mom take? Do you know?
She, well, lately she's been using sleep medicine.
Okay.
But she was like taking too much of it. She was actually like drowning and stuff.
Okay, so it would change how mom acted. Did dad ever take anything, that would change how he acted? Tell me about, the time before.
When I was like still like a kid, I got a running day, she would usually just drink.
Okay. When's the last time that you seen that drink?
Like ever since I was like college.
When you were younger? And then did dad ever take any medicine or anything that would make him act different?
You know, the medicine that he would take, that he was prescribed painkillers like that.
Okay, so something happened with dad's back?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you know, and I'm sure you know exactly, but did you know about when, or how old you were when dad broke his back?
I was like 4 or 5.
So you were young. Does dad still take the medicine for his back? And you asked a lot of questions. Is there anything that I haven't asked you yet that you think I need to know about to help understand what happened and understand your family and things like that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step out of the room. I'm gonna give you a minute to see if there's anything that you do want to ask me, or if there's any other questions, or things that you think I should know. And I'm gonna take a minute because we talked about a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna see if I have any other questions for you. And so I'm just gonna step out for just a couple minutes, okay? While I'm gone, could you draw, and I'm not an artist, so I don't expect you to be a good artist of it. Could you draw for me, like yesterday, the stuff that Hope left with? Like I know you described for me a book bag and the paper. Did he have anything else with him when he left? Okay. Can you draw for me the book bag and what all of that looked like when he left the house yesterday?
Yes, please.
fine, you're fine. Okay. Okay, and so, sorry, is it okay if I'm, what is this part?
This is the transport.
The J for the transport, and did I get this right, you said that the front pocket part,
Like the
the big one, the big part was open, and this was it flat forward, and then what's this? The rolled up paper, and then what is this? Okay, so like the little loop part that's on it, thank you so much. It says on the back, oh, that's just where you started. Did you think of any other questions from me?
Well, when it like first started, I was in gym.
Okay.
I was in one place and I got a like text from my mom.
Okay.
And she was saying how she was like concerned about Cole.
Okay, and so you and Cole don't go to the same school anymore, is that correct?
We are supposed to go beside each other.
Okay, and so you got a text from mom when you were in gym. Do you remember what the text said?
I said how she was like concerned that he was going to do something like that.
Okay.
I still have it.
Okay, I don't need to speak up, but maybe some other people might, okay? And so, did it say something bad, or did it say what the bad thing was?
Just,
Okay, did you write, did you text her back, or?
I told her, and I asked her if she had like told my dad this. And I think it's that.
Okay. Did you ever find out that she did tell dad about it?
During like the lockdown, we were looking at calls and she said that she could.
She said she did tell dad? Okay. And so, mom wasn't here, was she?
She was down in the picture.
She was in Fitzgerald, okay, she stayed here for a few weeks, but it's been a little bit after that happened, is that right? Okay. And so, is there any other, thank you for sharing that with me. Is there anything else that you thought of, that you think I should know about? Are there any questions that you have so far? I have a couple more questions, but I want to make sure I got a few things right, okay? You told me that you and, Colt would talk on Discord, you guys would chat there, but that he changed his username a good amount, and you might be able to see what his last one is, but also you might have, like, shut it down. What was your username on Discord?
It was something random, but it's all like all that.
Can you just write it down for me? So that's your username, even if it's not spelled exactly the same or whatever, can you just write that down for me? And then I know you said you and Dad had talked about, Cole maybe needing some medicine and stuff to help him. Did Cole ever talk about, or did you ever see Cole have, like, besides being angry, was there any other stuff, like, was he ever diagnosed with anything, or was there any, like, stuff that he thought was wrong with him, or something like that?
I don't think he was diagnosed with anything.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about, like, feeling like something was wrong with him, or anything like that? Okay. And then I understand that last night, that there were some cops at your house, is that right? And that while they were there, that you and Dad and Coley stayed in the truck together, is that right? Can you tell me what you guys talked about while you were in the truck?
It was just explaining to me about, situation and stuff, and how long it would take and stuff.
Okay. And when you say how long it would take,
Or like the consequences or something.
okay. And I know that you said he was explaining it to you, but was Coley also there when that was happening?
He wasn't like in the truck when we were talking about it, he was sitting on the tailgate.
Okay, thank you for helping me. So I imagine there's a lot going on, just like a lot of feelings, a lot of, trying to understand, a lot of explaining. Can you kind of walk me through, like, what was the first thing Dad told you? And then kind of help me walk me through, like, the process of the stuff that we talked about.
When I got home, he basically told me how we couldn't go in the house, and he was like talking about how, what Cole did and stuff, and how I was gonna take it out there and like talk to him.
Who did you have to talk to? Like, Dad had to talk to other people? Okay. What words did Dad use to explain to you what Cole did yesterday? And, again, I I know you can't go too hard, okay? I'm so sorry to have to ask hard questions, okay? How did you describe what happened yesterday? Like, I know you would have used like kind of normal day-to-day words, but can you help me understand like how he described what happened?
He didn't quite really talk about the shooting of the school. He talked about how cold it was really fight with him and like how he was, like, how he didn't know where he was at the moment.
Okay. And I understand, how did you first find out about the actual shooting?
We went to lockdown.
Okay. And what did you find out? Because what school are you at now? And so that's right there. Is that right behind?
It's like on a hill, so the school that was like near the bottom.
Right. And so when the school went on lockdown, what did the school say?
It just says what they usually do, they didn't really say anything specific, like how it's gonna come hard or something.
Okay. And then how did you know it was a shooting?
Because, I just had that feeling and like I texted my mom and like dad and stuff and everybody, my other sister, I was like talking to them.
How did other students know?
I think they went with the news.
Did you go to the news too?
I tried, but like, the might tell you everything over the restaurant.
Okay. And so what did mom and dad tell you when you were texting during lockdown?
I was explaining to them basically what was happening, and my dad was like coming up to the school. And he was like,
Where did that work out? You told me that dad got, or that Cole got that gun as a gift, right? When he got it as a gift, did he get any other parts with it?
I think he got like the gun itself as a gift, and like over time, he like, he got parts for it.
What, and again, like, I know you said, like, you don't know all the names and times and stuff, and that's okay. But when we talk about, like, that he got other parts for it, do you know what he got for it?
Like, compare like groups and like figures and stuff.
Okay. And was that a thing that, like, that he would buy for himself, or dad would buy, or mom would buy, or?
He was using his ID for my mom, my dad.
Okay. And so, like, when he would ask grandma, would he ask her for money to get this thing, or would he ask her to, like, buy a specific thing?
I think he like actually like ordered.
Okay. What kind of stuff did grandma order for him?
She mostly ordered electronic stuff for him, but she did buy some other stuff.
Okay. And when you say grandma, what is grandma's name? Is it mom? Debbie, is that mom's mom or dad's mom? Okay. And then what kind of stuff did dad buy? Like, would he give him money or would dad buy the parts stuff?
He was buying parts.
Do you know what kind of parts stuff dad bought?
Like things that you know clip onto the gun.
Okay.
Like upgraded stuff.
Okay. You talked about lasers, did I get that right? Who bought the lasers?
I think my dad.
Okay. And you talked about stuff that clips on the side. What would that be for?
I don't know, I'm not an expert, but I would think for like better like grip and like aiming.
Okay. And I talked about like a magazine, do you know what that is for a gun? Do you know where, Cole got the magazines for his gun?
He's not like that.
Your dad got them. Do you know how many he had?
You know, he usually, if he ever shows me one, he would just have one.
One, okay. And what about, and you don't know your answer, but like bullets and stuff for it, do you know where he would get those?
I think he would like get it from like a sports place or like Amazon.
But, normally adults have to buy those, so would that be dad would buy the bullets, or grandma, or someone else?
My grandma, like all the same as she ever like when I get for ammunition.
Okay.
But my dad also likes ammunition.
Okay. And again, there's a lot that has happened in the last few days, I understand that. You told me about that morning that Cole acted different. What about like the night before? Has anything happened like the day before or the night before that seemed different or off or bad or anything? Okay. I know you talked about like bullying and that was the thing that, you know, Cole has struggled with. Has anything like that happened recently, like at his new school?
Not that he told me, I asked him about it, but like I'm like past school about it or like recently past school about it.
Okay.
I asked him if he made any friends and stuff, but usually he said no, and he he, when she goes to the library. Okay. And he said that he rides the bus to school. Which bus did he ride? And then, does he like talk to anybody on the bus or anything like that? They know. And so the bus picks you guys up like near your house. Yeah. And he leaves. How, like, what order does everybody leave your house? My little brother leaves first, and my dad goes to work after he drops him off. Then Colt leaves. Okay, so your little brother doesn't ride a bus, he rides with dad, is that right? Yeah. Okay. And so was Colt like awake and getting ready and stuff when they left, or they left before he ever woke up? I think he was awake when they left. Okay. And then like on a normal morning, does dad like come and check on everybody, make sure everybody's up and moving and all that stuff before he leaves, or is that like y'all's job to no matter what, get yourself up, get ready and all that? Usually, if I'm still sleepy, he'll wake me up and he like checks on it. Okay. And so, did you see dad check on it? Like, did dad come check on you before you left yesterday, or before he left yesterday? Yeah, he woke me up the night before, like he left, I just didn't check. Okay. And then did he talk to Colt before he left yesterday? I think he just woke him up. Okay. And then when you first got up, like got out of bed yesterday, where was Colt at? He was asleep, he just wasn't getting up. Okay, so you would got up and started getting ready before he did, but he leaves before he did, is that right? I woke up early. Okay. And when he talked to you about making the memory video, where were you at when he talked about that? I was in the room. Okay, so he had come in your room, is that right? And was he already like dressed and ready to go, or not yet? Yeah, I think he was ready to dress. Okay. And was that like right before he left you to go on the bus, or that was like he still did some other stuff before he left? It was right before he got on the bus. Did he already have like his book bag and everything when he came in and told you about the video? No, I think it was in his room. Okay. Is there anything else from yesterday morning that seemed different or whatever that we haven't talked about? Mm-hmm. And then the one last thing I want to ask you about is a lot of times when big things happen with people's families, sometimes there's rules about things that they want to like stay in the family and things that like we just talk about in the family. And then there's stuff that we can like talk about to anybody. With your family, are there any rules about what you can only talk about with the family? We just try our best, like express our like true feelings to each other. So we like to play each other with games and stuff. And we try to like keep our private information with us and not express it. Okay. And when it comes to the stuff with Colt, like the worries about Colt, and then what happened yesterday, is there anything that you guys are not supposed to talk about like to other people? Like just like a normal like person or like either one. Like just a random person, we probably don't talk about. Okay. And are there any things that are like private that you're not supposed to talk to like police or anything about when it comes to this stuff? Mm-hmm. Okay. When you guys talked yesterday, like in the truck, were there any rules about like what you can talk about and can't talk about? No, he was just explaining to me like briefly about what was happening and how long it was going to take and stuff. Okay. And then a lot of times when things happen, people can be worried about other people being in trouble. Are you worried about anyone being in trouble? I'm kind of worried about like my family being in trouble. Okay, help me understand that. Like people thinking we're like bad people. Okay. Do you think people think you're a bad person? Sometimes. Like with like it being everywhere on my daily and stuff, I would be stuff. Has anybody like said anything to you personally, like a text message or like online or anything like that? No, but they've like texted my mom. How do you know about that? Because my mom told. What did mom say? People would text them? Yeah, but she was just saying like how they were texting her and saying stuff to her. Who was saying the things to her? Just random people. Are you worried about just a little bit about mom, a little bit about you? Are you worried about dad being in any trouble? Not really. Okay. And are you worried about Coley being in any trouble? Is there anything else that you are worried about or have questions about or anything like that? No? Do you know what, like, kind of next for you guys? Like, what your plans are for the rest of the day or anything? We're going to try to, like, get through this, like, normally, like, one day at a time. Okay. Well, Denise, like I said, it is not lost on me that I asked you a lot of really hard questions. And so I want to thank you for being willing to talk to me today. And I'm grateful that I got a chance to meet you. And if
if you don't have any other questions for me, I can walk you back out to the front. And I'm gonna keep these two things right here. I'll show you where. And if I show you where I mean, I might also go the wrong door, but we'll figure it out together. How's that sound?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, investigator. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Maybe disappointed, you said go home.
All right, so we made it through. We made it through. I did see a comment that Sunnyside had made on the live stream. She was here, but her comments weren't going through. And I did see that YouTube is aware of the issue. We had a little notification come into studio, and they said their techs are on it, and hopefully it'll be fixed soon. Over 1,000 people had the same question. So it's happening to a lot of people. I thought that interview with Jenny was good. And the one question I found really interesting compared to what we heard yesterday was the interviewer had said, is there anything that you were told you can't talk about today? Or were you told what to talk about today? And it's interesting that, you know, as time went on, when she interviewed with the prosecution team, her answers changed a little bit. So it just makes you wonder what else going on. So we made it in just over 4 hours. Tomorrow, remember, is going to be a little bit later than normal. Right now, I have the live stream starting at 4:45 Eastern time, just because my training is over at 4:30, and I think I can be home by then. But just be mindful that it may change to 5 o'clock depending on traffic, stuff like that. And Doodle said, she asked if anything bad happened the night before, not tell me about the night before. Just shit like that. We don't know what bad is to this child. That's true. Unless, did the interviewer ask, you know, things before where Jenny was saying, you know, about the fighting, and so maybe, you know, just implying that was bad? I don't know. I did think the interviewer was very sweet and very kind and like approachable to a kid for sure. Nanny says, I think it's weird that she asked if she's worried about anyone else getting in trouble. Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. Like, but then again, we can't see. The other thing I was thinking, you know, we can't see her body language or her demeanor, or, you know, she may have been looking a certain way while answering some of the questions, whereas, you know, we couldn't see it. I don't know. I did wonder that too. Doodle says time. How long she spoke to the child, just sat there. Doodles need a timeout. I think we all need a timeout. Oh my God. You know, it was great being with y'all here, but it was not as fun because I couldn't freaking chat. Most of us couldn't chat. Like, some of you are able to, and that's why I had the one poll about what kind of phone do you have? Because I'm like, is it an Android issue? Is it an iPhone issue? Is it just, it's you issue? I was curious about that. But I am going to end this. Thank you everyone for being here. If you haven't hit that like, please do so on your way out. Hopefully tomorrow the chat issue will be rectified, because it's kind of blah when you can't talk with people while you're listening, because I had so many things that I wanted to comment on and I went to comment and then it was rejected. So I hope so. Yeah, I have an Android too, and I even I joined StreamYard on my phone thinking maybe that would work. I signed in with my Emmy Headstone account. That didn't work. Well, it worked for like 2 comments and then it was like deleting my comments. So have a great night. Tomorrow, Nanny, right now it's scheduled for 4:45 Eastern time, but it may be 5 o'clock Eastern time. I think I can get home by 4:45, but in the case that I cannot get home by 4:45, 5 o'clock will be the time. And I will change the time if I'm not able to get here, at the time that I have it scheduled. So have a great rest of your night, morning, day, wherever you are. And until next time, y'all, I will see you on the flip side.